Praise the mighty Yahweh. Praise the mighty Yahweh. Undo. Praise the mighty Yahweh, house of Yahuda. I'm Minister Michael Israel. I teach alongside Marah Don, also Elder Minister Yemuel Israel, Minister Yoel. We've all been influenced and taught under our great leader here, Mr. Elder Zekiah Israel. We're going to do things a little different with as far as the order of speakers. I'll go later, the second portion of today's Sabbath services. And what I'm going to do now is open up with the prayer and the singing of the Shema. So let us rise and face the east. Then I'll call up our first great speaker. Thank you, Yahweh, for your mercy, for your compassion, for your strength. Thank you for wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Thank you for this beautiful day, known as your Sabbath. Thank you for guiding us through the highways and through the byways. Thank you for protecting us while we were awake and even while we slept. Bless you, Yah, for without you, we have nothing. But with you, Yahweh, we're fully complete. Shema Israel. Shema Israel. Yah Eloheinu. Yah Eloheinu. Yah Eloheinu. Echad. Shema Yisrael, Yah Eloheinu, Yah Echad. Hear, O Yisrael, Yah Elohim, Yahweh is one. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. All right. Without any further ado with shenanigans from myself, you'll probably get that Yahweh a little later. It is an honor and a privilege for me to bring up our next great dynamic speaker, and I'm speaking of none other not next, but our first great speaker, minister, elder, Yahuda Israel. Let us rise as he comes to the podium. Praise Yah.
Hallelujah.
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 Shalom. Y'all go ahead and have a seat. I'm going to say something that's redundant. It's a beautiful day. Y'all know why?
We woke up. Nobody let us wake
There
up.
you go. No, nobody else. Didn't nobody know that but you? It's a beautiful day because you're in it. I'm in it. We're in it. First lesson of the day. The first blessing of the day. If we don't know how to count our blessings, then we should always at least acknowledge the first lesson that we know we got when we open up our eyes. You open up your eyes, you still have the breath of life. You have your faculties about yourself. You can still call upon the name of the Almighty Yah. It don't get no better than that. Because those that are already gone can't praise the Almighty. Can't praise him. Now, before we get started, are there any testimonies? I'm going to talk about some things as I get into my lesson, but are there any testimonies or current events or any way that somebody want to praise the Almighty Yah? Okay, I'm going to go with you, Moray Michael, you, and you. Here, anybody else? I'll get you too, all right?
Praise Almighty Yah. Thanking him for his mercy, his compassion, and for this just always being on time. Praise and bless Yahweh. Amen.
Hallelujah. Always on time. What them Christians say, won't he do it?
Won't he do it?
Yes, he will. He might not be there when you want him, but he's there when you need him. Go ahead, Elder. Mm-hmm. Hey, what? Stand right on up here.
Shalom. First and foremost, I'd like to give all the praise to God. I said hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. I'd like to thank the Almighty for all his blessings. This past week, I had a tooth extracted. And when I say I had a tooth extracted, oh my goodness. I mean, it felt like somebody done punched me in my jaw on the left side. It's bruised and hurting. And then I'm still going through some pain with it, but you know, I'm just thanking the Almighty that it could have even been worse. But I do thank him for all his blessings, and I thank him. My grandson went to Cleveland this weekend, and something bizarre happened there. So I don't know whether anybody really even noticed it or took notice to it. But I always try to watch out for the signs that the Almighty gives us, and a lot of times we don't do that. Well, first of all, I'm going to read one of the plagues that the Almighty plagued upon the Egyptians, which is in Exodus chapter 8, verse 20. It says the plague of flies. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, rise up early in the morning and stand before Pharaoh. Lo, he cometh forth to the waters, and saying to him, thus says Yahweh, let my people go, that they may serve me. Else, if thou wilt not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies upon thee, and upon thy servants, and upon thy people, and into thy houses, and the houses of the Egyptians shall be full of swarms of flies, and also the ground wherein there are. Which is my testimony. In Cleveland, where my son was at, near Lake Erie, there was a swarm of flies. And when I say a swarm of flies, I mean, I looked at it on TV and it was bizarre. And I was like, oh my goodness, the Almighty is showing us. He did that there and he's doing it here. So I thank him that he didn't bring all the swarm of flies upon the city of Cincinnati and maybe some of all the other places that our people is dwelling. So I thank the Almighty because we do need to watch for these various signs. One more current event I'd like to talk about. The Almighty was saying how, you know, it's going to be brother against brother, sister against sister, mother against father. Just recently on the news, a young lady that lived on the street where I lived at on Meredith, her and her brother was fighting over a PlayStation. She stabbed him in the chest. She killed him. This is one of our people. And we have to take notice of what's going on around us each and every day, because the Almighty is giving us signs, but are we watching? Are we looking? So we all need to take note and observe his laws, commandments, and statutes, and try to justly in the sight of the Almighty by saying hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Thank you, Moray.
Good girl.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Want to give thanks to Yahweh because Yahweh is awesome. He makes his presence known even when there are those who don't want to acknowledge that he exists. I was reading about but last week sometime work, and I read about this festival that they're having because it's Pride Month. It's basically a witch festival where they celebrate everything witches. The spells that they cast, the words that they use, the things that they wear, all of it. They're celebrating it like it's important. And all I can say was praise the mighty Yahweh, because that type of wickedness, people don't understand. Man, I almost have no words. Thank you, Yahweh. Hallelujah.
You know, man, it just amazes me when I say the Spirit of the Almighty is here. You know, I want to talk a little bit about not the witches, but this heathen having this Pride Month. And we all here, we're wild enough to know that pride is one of the things that the Almighty hates, don't it? And this heathen, as I'm going to call them, and a heathen is what, y'all? Anybody or people that don't acknowledge the creator or the Elohim or the God of the so-called Old Testament. But they're prideful in their wickedness. It's full of wickedness. And see, the Almighty warned us, didn't he? He said, separate yourselves from those people. He said, I want you to be peculiar. But just like Israel has done in the past, we continue to do. We and our forefathers, we want to be woven into that wicked fabric, don't we? And then we want to justify it, so we think. Because a man that's male or female going to be right in their own eyes, aren't they? So we're going to talk about some things. But before we do that, go to that testimony.
Yeah, we have
Yes,
one
ma'am.
real quickly. In Exodus 20, verse 6, it says, thou shalt not murder. And they have a march, row against whatever. But anyway.
I'm going to talk about that too, but go ahead.
No,
Go ahead. No, I don't want to cut you off. I'm going to talk about that too.
The Almighty tells us not to murder, and then they pass the thing that they don't want to abort children. And these Gentiles and maybe some of us, they have defense. They marching, and I mean, they are in an uproar. When I say an uproar, they act like they want to overturn the White House, the government, and everything. But the Almighty told us, do not murder. And they is for that 120%.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you. If you want to talk about that, I appreciate that.
Again, see, that's how I can tell when the Spirit of the Almighty is present and certain things that need to come out. So while I'm speaking on whatever I'm speaking on, if you have something that you want to toss in on it, please feel free. Please feel free. Because the day is whose day? It ain't M's day, is it? It's the Almighty's day. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Go to Psalm 36 with me.
I'm very
36. And for those that continue to hear me barking up here, meaning coughing, I did go to the doctor and I was told that they believe that it's allergies. So I'm taking something and it says it's going to take maybe 7 to 9 days, something like that, before I start working it. We're going to see. You know, when they get their license, they get a license to do what?
Practice.
To practice. So we don't crash dummies. But sometimes it's necessary, but we always got to give it to who first? We give it to Yah. There you go. Hallelujah. All right, in Psalms 36, it starts to read, the transgression of the wicked saith within my heart that there is no fear of Elohim before his eyes. We can say, if they don't say it out of their mouth, they say with their actions, right? That I don't fear Yah. I think we all have been in that state of mind, whether we said it, whether we acknowledged it or not, based upon our actions, based upon the way we carried ourselves. And I like to think that that's one of the reasons that we've been motivated to straighten up and put forth some act right, because we recognized our wickedness. Again, the transgression of the wicked saith within my heart that there is no fear of Elohim before his eyes, for he flattereth himself in his own eyes, until his iniquity be found to be hateful. How many of us have ever considered ourselves to be hateful? Hindsight, once I got to thinking about it. But see, when our actions are not recognized by ourselves, we're still showing others that we're hateful when we're out, especially those that are wise, should I say, those that are wise and watching, those who have wisdom, those who know the Almighty Yah. They can see when an individual is out of order. It'd be we ourselves that don't, and maybe some of us do. And when I say some of us, I have to continually say this because I want everybody to understand. I'm talking collectively about Israel. I'm not talking about any pocket or pockets of people. I'm talking about collectively. Collectively, we got work to do. That's why I always say we don't need to wait on Israel to come together before we make a move, because not only are we going to be judged as a nation, we're going to be judged as individuals, right? So we should always want, you know what I'm saying? Always want to put our best foot forward in sincerity. That's just having integrity, right? That's just having integrity, which should be one of the fundamental building blocks that we have as we try to revamp ourselves. Again, in verse 2, for he flattereth himself in his own eyes, until his iniquity be found to be hateful. The words of his mouth are iniquity and deceit. He has left off to be wise and to do good. He's left off to be wise and to do good. I remember in Psalm 5, the Almighty let him know, ain't gonna be no fools around it. Gonna be no fools around it. Now, if we're gonna be fools, we don't want to be a fool when it comes to the Almighty, do we? We definitely want that wisdom. I might not have knowledge of auto mechanics or things that doctors go to learn to practice and all those, and a wealth of other things. But I do know I don't want to be a fool when it comes to the Almighty. Again, the words of his mouth are iniquity and deceit. He has left off to be wise and to do good. He devises mischief upon his bed. He setteth himself in a way that is not good. He abhorreth not evil. In other words, this individual love evil. Love evil. Do we love evil? See, we got to be honest with ourselves. We got to look at things when we watch a program on TV, and it might be one of your favorite actors or something, but they're acting in a role where they're the bad guy. Are we rooting for the bad guy? Do we want the bad guy to get away? And there's a bunch of different scenarios. Sometimes I think that we think that if we just trying to always do the right thing, people gonna look at us funny. Well, they shouldn't look at us funny. They should look at us like, man, that individual's peculiar. Something strange about it. How come they don't do this and they don't do that? You know why? What the conclusion should be? Because they're wise and understanding. They fear their Elohim. That's the way it should be. But we want to jump in the pot and stir it up with everybody else. Verse 5. Thy mercy, O Yah, is in the heavens, and thy faithfulness reaches unto the clouds. Thy righteousness is like the great mountains. Thy judgments are a great deep. O Yah, thou preservest man and beast. How excellent is thy loving kindness, O Elohim. Therefore, the children of men put their trust under the shadow of thy wings. They shall be abundantly satisfied with the fatness of thy house, and thou shalt make them drink of the river of thy pleasures. For with thee is the fountain of life. In thy light shall we see light. Oh, continue thy loving kindness unto them that know thee, and thy righteousness to the upright in heart. How do we think? Are we constantly trying to keep the Almighty at the forefront of our mind? And keep in mind, my belief is that when we're talking about the heart, or when we read the heart, it's the mind, because this is where we store everything. This thing here, it pumps that blood. Again, in verse 10, continue thy loving kindness unto them that know thee, and thy righteousness to the upright in heart. Let not the foot of pride come against me, and let not the hand of the wicked remove me. There are the workers of iniquity fallen, they are cast down, and shall not be able to rise. Let me hit this 12th verse, this last verse again. There are the workers of iniquity fallen, they are cast down and shall not be able to rise. Why is it that we're able to rise? It's because of the Almighty, right? And if we weren't able to rise, it would be because of who? Again, because of the Almighty God. I don't know about y'all, but I love life and I want an abundance of days. I think you guys do too, right? Well, we know that the average, well, I shouldn't even say average, but the length of days for man, as is written in scriptures, is 70. That's not saying that you're going to go before, and it's not saying that you won't go a lot farther than that. But when we act out, don't acknowledge our transgressions, I suggest we might be putting a pressure, a weight, if you will, our days down. I have a question, and somebody just give me an idea. I know it sounds like a ridiculous question, but I like anybody to answer it, because it's just your opinion. Why is it that Israel, let me talk about Israel because we're supposed to be the light. Why is it that Israel collectively, and this is not saying every single individual, why is it that we love wickedness? Why, what do we think on that? And you can just, I mean, there's many wicked acts. And we've all, for the most part, been involved in at least one, to put it nicely. And then that one thing that you might think in your head that you know you've done or that I know that I've done, and repeated it again and again and again. Now the scripture speak just like that dog that returned to his vomit. Can somebody just give me a comment on that? Why do you think we're? And I have to say, well, before I do, who wants to? And as many of you as you like. Yes, sir. And speak loudly, please.
We do it to show off.
To show off. Okay.
For other people.
Okay. Anybody else? Because see, when we hear things like that, then it should make us mindful to think, man, have I been shown? Let me stop doing that. Because see, we want to have something to consider. Because if we don't have anything to consider, then what do we have to look to make some changes? We got to have something to consider, right? We need to see, I can't consider your ways because I can't make you change, but I can consider my ways, right? Any of us beside myself need to make changes? Yes, sir. Then I'm going to go to somebody else. Go ahead. Oh, you was agreeing. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I've never been a bully, but I think bullies do that to get attention from other people. They're looking for attention, and they're looking for attention from the wrong source. The only attention we should be for is the attention of the Almighty, and I think that's why we got a lot of bullies out here doing wicked.
You got something? Anything?
I think we love wickedness. We love wickedness because we allow certain things to influence us. Like we struggle with being, because to serve Yahweh, you have to be your own man, your own woman. But it's so many influences out here that we allow to get into our spirits that for us to love wickedness. Like for example, the whole homosexual movement, whatever, using just that, how they make it comfortable. They make it to where it's okay. And they make it to where anyone that thinks outside of homosexuality being okay, they demonize them. And we are people that like to follow power and crowd as opposed to righteousness. And I think that that's what helps. That's just my view of what I think helps feed into our spirit of wanting to cling to wickedness other than clinging to righteousness.
That's a real good point.
Praise Yahweh.
Real good point. Hallelujah.
I was at work yesterday.
Talk a little loud.
I was at work yesterday, and I'm really into music. So a particular song came on, and I got to thinking how I used to listen to that song when I was younger. I got excited about this particular group, and I wanted to learn more of their songs and listen to them. And when I became an adult, I got a different perspective on the members of that group. Several members of this particular group were homosexuals. The songs that they were singing were songs that were about that type of lifestyle. I didn't realize that as a child. And I think a lot of times that's how that wickedness is embedded in us. because we're exposed to things as children. We don't have a thorough understanding of those things. We just like it for a particular reason. And we grow up liking and accepting things that we shouldn't because it's been presented to us a certain way. And we hold on to it because it made us feel happy, but we like the way that it sounded without a full understanding of the underlying meanings or the individuals that made it and the lifestyle that these individuals have. We hold on to a lot of things and we embrace them for whatever our particular perspective is. For me, I'm a very creative person. So I see creativity and art in things. But the individuals that make these things, their intentions aren't always the best. And it's not necessarily for me to judge, but I understand as a type of artist that artists put themselves into their work. So whatever their lifestyle is, their feelings, their beliefs, whatever that is, they put that into their work. And when other people see it and embrace it for whatever their reasons are, they're also taking on those other aspects inadvertently. So I think on a subconscious level, we absorb wickedness from all types of places, not necessarily because we're trying to absorb wickedness, but as a byproduct of just being in this world.
Hallelujah. Which again leads me to understand why the Almighty Yah wanted us to be separate. See, we were supposed to be apart for a reason. For a reason. Because we're weak-minded collectively. That's not me pointing the finger at individuals, that includes myself. I mean, if we really be honest with ourselves, and matter of fact, we're going to be honest today. Matter of fact, we went to the court. If you're going to get on the stand, what the judge say? Not the judge, but the person, they want you to put your hand on the Bible, right? And tell you to raise your hand and say, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you G-O-D? And we say, I do. So we're going to, here at the house of Yahuda, we're going to tell the truth today. And let the chips fall where they may, right? We're going to tell the truth. And here's one truth. People are, for the most part, they're the sum total of their own life experiences. Y'all have heard me say that before, right? Right. Think about yourself. I'll think about myself here. I'm the sum total of my own personal life experiences. Your life experience, y'all's life experience may be completely, I'm sure they are completely different, right? And that's the reason people are different, because the Almighty Yah didn't make us like robots. He gave us free will. We know good and we know evil. And we've dabbled in both. And that's how we've learned something is good versus something is evil. See, so we're going to tell the truth today. Matter of fact, I'm going to save Psalm 37. We're going to go through Psalm 37, but I want to get started a little bit. I want to get started. Go to 2 Chronicles. 2 Chronicles 14, 7 and 14. 2 Chronicles 7 chapter. Gotta read this here first. Starts to read. If my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sins and heal their land. Y'all see that? That two-letter muscle-bound word that's real, real strong. What's that word I'm talking about, John? If. Like a lot of times we have regrets, we might say to ourselves, only if I had done this, or only if I hadn't done that. If. It's a strong word, ain't it? Yes. 2 Chronicles 7:14. That's strong right there. So strong, I want to read it again. If my people, which are called by my name, shall, oh my goodness, that's a hard thing for some of us to do, right? Humble. Humble? Why is it so hard? Y'all want to hear on that too? Let's tell the truth, y'all. Let's tell the truth. Because we find pleasure in some of the things that we do, don't we? Some of the ways that we act. We feel comfortable with it. That's when it's hard to change. And we've made certain things a habit. And again, habits are hard to break on. We talk about this all the time. And see, the only way we're going to clean up our act is to be sincere with ourselves. And I'm always saying that if I can't be honest with myself, ain't nobody else got nothing coming. Do that sound about right? If I'm a lie to myself, y'all know I'm a lie to you. And some people believe their own lies. I'm not even joking with that. Some people believe their own lies. They lie so much to themselves that it becomes their reality. Again, people are the sum total of their own life experiences. Some people want to look good in front of others. To make themselves look good, they think they may have to, some people, not all, may have to what? Lie. There's an old song that say, you ain't got a lie to kick it with me. You ain't got a lie to kick it. You know, it's just like somebody tell you they jumped out of an airplane without a parachute and they landed on a big bed of cotton. And I just happened to land in this gigantic, I don't know where all that cotton came from. And you know that line, right? And that's the way we're perceived sometimes when we say outlandish things or do outlandish things and act like it's okay. We want to justify our actions. Collectively, everybody's most likely not going to humble themselves at the same time, right? So what does that mean that we have to do as individuals? Let me rephrase that. Those that really want to do what's right because they just want to please the Almighty, it's their desire, then they would be willing to what? Humble themselves, humble ourselves. I should be willing. I shouldn't be forced to humble myself. I shouldn't have to get bust upside the head a bunch of times, meaning make so many mistakes and go through all the consequences thereof before I decide to humble myself. Because if I love the Almighty, understanding that He wants us to be meek, He wants us to be humble, that should be automatic. When we're dating people, when we're trying to get to know them, when we're doing that wrong stuff again, we're trying to please that other individual, right? Especially when you're serious about it, the woman trying to please the man trying to please the woman. On purpose. Trying to please them on purpose. And 9 times out of 10 is because they want the end game, whether it's to have that relationship. You see what I'm saying? They want something. What do we want from the Almighty? Do we want a length of days? Do we want, if not myself making it home, maybe my seed being able to make it home? And be in the house of the Almighty? What do we want? Are we just talking? What is it that we want? I want to put somebody on the spot. Let me start with myself. I'm going to put myself on the spot. I want, if I'm so polluted that I can't make it, somebody, one of my babies, I got other children too, let somebody, now I can't say that my other ones in the law the way they should be, but they are. That's my end game. Somebody else got an end game? Elder, what's your end game? We're going to tell the truth today. And when I say that, I'm not talking about we be here just lying. That's not what I'm suggesting. In other words, like I started, this man want to know the truth, because when I go to talk about this homosexuality, this pride, stuff it up, we're going to make sure that the truth come out from this podium today. What's your end game? You want
everlasting life for my family. I put them before even for myself. But then also for myself, to be with the Almighty one day, my family.
So that means we got to be an example.
Yes.
We got to be persistent. We can't lack. We got to be driven. We got to go at this wholehearted. Like I say, if I'm going to do something, if I can't give it 100+%, I have to ask myself, why in the hell? What's your end game, Maury Michael?
Make sure that my baby gets home. Ain't no guarantee for me, so I gotta make sure that she gets home.
So we got to be that example, don't we?
That's right.
So we might have to start separating ourselves even more so from wickedness.
That's right.
Even more so. Because we're surrounded by wickedness even in the land that we're in.
Yes.
Let me tell you something. A gay person that's black, just like you and me, have more rights than you and me. But it's an abomination to the Almighty. It's an unjust balance. And the Almighty Yah requires a just balance, right? A just balance. Don't work that way. Don't work that way. See, when you tell the truth, I'm going to tell the truth. Tell the truth. You're not trying to cancel you. I'm not trying to cancel because you're telling the truth. But see, we know there's a separation between churches. I want to start out by, I got to play something. Y'all bear with me. I don't know if I sent this. I sent a few things. Elder, there was something I sent other people that I didn't send you, and I didn't send it to you for a reason, and I'll explain that a little later, because the whole thing, or the commentary, should I say, had a lot of profanity in it. So out of respect for that, I'm going to play the first part of that, not right now. It doesn't have it, but that's later on. Right now, I want to play something a little different here. And I want y'all to just bear with this and understand what this is saying, because it's the truth. Let me see if this is connected here. Let me see if this is going to play. Bear with me. I sent it. It was so deep. I sent it to myself here because I said, this is the truth right here. I want to share it because a young person and the individual that did this, I understand to be 15 years old. And to be 15 years old and be conscious-minded is a blessing. What y'all think? That's a blessing, right? Because some of us were a lot older than 15 before we got wise. And some of us, even at the age that we are right now, we still play the fool sometimes. Sometimes. Everybody play the fool sometimes. Let me see if this is going to play. So listen to it.
All right, so I was scrolling through Facebook and I ran across this poem that was written by a 15-year-old boy from Minnesota. And this ran chills down my spine. So I want to read this to y'all. Don't ask me the kid's name. It was not posted. But if anybody who sees this knows who the kid is, tag him in it or show him this. But I think this needs to be heard. So, like I said, it was written by a 15-year-old from Minnesota. It's called The New School Prayer. Some of you may have heard this. I'm not sure. Now I sit me down in school where praying against the rule. For this great nation under God finds mention of him very odd. If scripture now the class recites, it violates the Bill of Rights. And any time my head I bow becomes a federal matter now. All right. Purple, orange, or green, that's no offense. It's a freedom scene. The law is specific, the law is precise. Prayers spoken aloud are a serious vice. For praying in a public hall might offend someone with no faith at all. In silence alone we must meditate. God's name is prohibited by the state. We're allowed to cuss and dress like freaks and pierce our noses and tongues and cheeks. They've outlawed guns, but first the Bible, to quote the good book, makes me liable. We can elect a pregnant senior queen and the unwed daddy our senior king. It's inappropriate to teach right from wrong. We're taught that such judgments do not belong. We can get our condoms and birth control, study witchcraft, vampires, and totem poles, but the 10 Commandments are not allowed. No word of God must reach this crowd. It's scary here, I must confess. When chaos reigns, the school's a mess. So Lord, this silent plea I make, should I be shot, my soul please take. Amen.
Deep, huh? Better not be trying to pass judgment or tell people this is right, that's wrong. You know, you can't do that in certain places like school. So when I saw that, I'm like, man, that's the truth. So, like I say, even when I would get out there and go in that cafeteria and do things, I already know. But you get people on the job, even with that being known, what do? They always talk about JC, don't they? Always. But you better not be talking about the 10 Commandments. I can remember talking about it. And somebody I was cool with. They're still cool with it. Because I learned sometimes you got to overlook some things. I'm talking to him about scriptural things, and next thing I know, he didn't went and started telling people, Mr. Israel hate white people. I didn't never say that. I just told him what it was. I never, those words, I hate white people, that didn't come out of my mouth. But when you go to speaking truth, and you glorifying the Almighty and speaking up for your own people, then it's a problem. But it ain't a problem if I go there looking like a freak and I got green and purple hair and you just facial piercings everywhere and just acting a fool. That's the society that we're in right now. Let's continue. That's the society that we are in right now. And see, according to this country, we should have the freedom of, well, the Almighty gave us the freedom of speech, right? He allowed us to have vocal cords that can make words come up out of our mouth. We understand that. But if you talk against certain things that the Almighty condemns, then this land condemns you. Sound like what? Sound like Sodom and Gomorrah to me. All over. All over. Let's continue. See, we got to learn to humble ourselves. Go to Proverbs 22. In the 4th verse, Proverbs 22:4, it reads, by humility and the fear of Yah are riches and honor and life. Are riches and honor and life. But we try to get those very things from this man. We want the riches from this man. We want the honor from this man. We think this man can make our life better. Only the Almighty Yah can make our life better with his blessings. With his blessings. We can be foul and wicked and evil, and then we can condemn ourselves, and the Almighty can snatch that breath right from us. If I'm Israel and I crave wickedness, what is that saying about me? If I'll say something. If I'm Israel and I crave wickedness, what is it saying about me?
It says you
Actions speak louder than words, don't it?
and you don't fear Yah.
There's not enough fear there because I didn't make no changes, right? So see, there's a lot of people who will hear the word It goes in one ear, what they say, right out the other one. And don't make any changes. Don't make any changes. What does it say? Take me the way I am. Take me the way I am. There's a song that's on the radio now, and I hear it got started by a TikTok. So some black girls, and they talking this ratchet stuff, and that's supposed to be one of the hot girl summer songs. One of the jams is just playing all the time now, and it's talking about righteousness, and they just jamming it everywhere, and people loving it. And loving it. Some of us might hear to go to singing the lyrics, even know the words. Yes, ma'am.
I was in a department store yesterday with my grandson, some pants, and they were playing this wretched music about blacks being in and women being ages, and I mean, just playing it in the store. And these are one of these foreigners playing that type of music because they know blacks come in there to buy stuff. I mean, that was my first time being in there, and I'm thinking like, wow, I don't think I want to go back in there and buy anything with that type of music. I mean, in the store.
Was that a hair store or something?
No, it was a clothing store. In Brentwood, in Finneytown, the so-called upscale neighborhood. You know they did that. I guess I'm behind the times.
They playing everything.
Leviticus 26. Go to Leviticus 26 with me. Here's what's going to happen. In the 38th verse, it starts to read, and you shall perish among the heathen, and the land of your enemy shall eat you up. And they that are left of you shall pine away in their iniquity in your enemy's land, and also in the iniquities of their fathers shall they pine away with them. This is what's going to happen even here when we see all the chaos going on, but we want the Almighty Yah's protection, don't we? But we're running around here being evil collectively and want the Almighty Yah's protection. So for those that are listening to me now, what are you going to do as individuals to try and secure your relationship in a positive light with the Almighty God? You ain't got to tell me, but we need to have a plan of action. We should have been had a plan of action. And our plan of action should have been to be meek, to be submissive, to honor the Almighty God's will. But what we've been doing, we've been honoring our own will, haven't we? Let's tell the truth and shame the devil. We've been honoring our own will. That's why some of us out there in Pride Month doing their little thing, acting like they're part of the village people. Because I tick in your head, I know you ain't have to say it, but you described the village people to me. Am I right? Am I wrong? Maybe I'm wrong.
Here's the thing. I was just thinking, praise my God. I was just sitting here thinking when she was talking about song lyrics. They are playing several of their songs in the store I work in. Mm-hmm. Have you ever listened to the lyrics of a Village People song? Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. You should.
See, here's the thing.
And pray to Yahweh after you're done. Listen.
Yeah. We got to do better.
Yeah.
I don't know about y'all. Who want to do better? I want to do so much better. I want to do so much better. I ain't lying. When I first started talking up here, I almost just bust out in tears. It's hard to fight the tears sometimes, especially when you know what you've done in your past. Even though you're trying to correct things, you still should feel bad and sorrowful for the bull crap that we done. Even if we didn't know. But see, here's the thing. We know right from wrong. We pretty much know. That's in us. Or somebody think it's not in us, just I'll come right to you. We just don't know when something is wrong or know when something is right. Like I say, we learn that. And I understand why the scripture let us know even the child is known by their doing. And I use my own son for an example. It wasn't a true example, but it was an example. I said if his mother made a batch of cookies and set them on the table, whatever kind of cookie they are, set them on the table. And he said, Mom, can I have a cookie? And she said, no, son, you can have a cookie after you eat. And she sit them there on the table and say she go into the bathroom or something. If he look at them cookies and look at that bathroom door, and then look at them cookies again and look at that bathroom door, even if he don't take no cookies, that let me know he knew right from wrong, right? So it's in us. So when dealing with the Almighty Yah, we know if our actions have been out of order. But see, we want to condemn those people that are in pride. We might as well be right there with them, so to speak, because our pride is stopping us from doing what's right collectively. Because I'll say it again, just like that song, 99% or 99.5% just won't do. The Almighty told us to turn from all of our transgression, or did you just say turn from some of them? And we know what that means, right? So we got some things in the back of our mind that we think don't nobody else know about. But guess who know about it? He knows. He knows. So if he already knows, what's the problem with us? And I'm talking to Israel. What's the problem with, okay, let's bring it up and let's acknowledge it. Then now let's confess it to the Almighty. And some of us got a long list. Let's confess it. Turn from them and just say, I ain't going that way no more. What's the problem with that? What's the problem with it? It sounds like a perfect plan, don't it? Go ahead. Talk loud.
Yeah. And
Talk loud and say what you mean.
okay, like
Got people want to hear what you got to
now
say.
say if a person says, like, say if you talk to a person about this, they say, use common sense. Like, you know what common sense is like.
Common sense is not common anymore. So you guys, seriously, common sense is not common. So you have to put things in a perspective to try to get them to understand. See, people have been dummied down, been watered down, so to speak, especially in your generation. Now, don't get me wrong, we got some old fools too. But go ahead, continue.
Yeah. Like when you start learning this stuff, people start to don't want to be around. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't even have to get rid of them. They are gone.
You got a lot of truth to that too. There's a lot of truth to that. But you know what? Don't let that deter you from doing what's right. Because see, I noticed when I met you in our conversations that we would always have, you show me that you want to do right. And I can even see where you're fighting. Sometimes you're fighting with yourself about it. You understand? But do what you believe is going to be best for you. And the best thing for you is what? Doing right. Doing right. You ever heard me say hell is in the forecast? A lot of people dying to get in. You ain't get there. You looking at me like you
mean getting in the, you mean getting like late?
You know me about that pit? Isaiah 66. Yeah. You don't want to be down there. I don't want to be down there either, you know? Huh? That's my Yoel impersonation. Say down there. I don't want, oh, not him. No, I don't want to be him. So I got work to do. We all got work to do. We all have work to do. That's yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
I just want to have a comment to what he was saying.
Mhm.
I have I have a very loyal family. Before I came into the law, I raised my children in a certain particular way, as far as set an example for them as far as in my home, no smoking, no drinking, no profanity. And I had no bit. I mean, it was like I was in a city with nobody except my family because they didn't visit me. I didn't visit them. I wouldn't allow my children to go visit them. But I just had the Almighty. And then I have maybe 2 or 3 members that I deal with, and the rest of them, I mean, I'm talking about even my sisters and brothers. I call them, ask how they doing, but I don't have no visit. They don't come visit me, and basically I don't visit them either. I just come and say, how you doing? But do I feel good about it? I do feel good about it because when Almighty take me, He can say, well, this servant, she tried to do the right thing. She separated her family and everybody because she wanted to do what I wanted her to do. So I just wanted to let you know that, you might feel like being isolated, but when the Almighty take you or me or whatever, He can say, well, this young man, he wanted to do the right thing. He didn't want to follow the crowd and be accepted. So I just wanted to put that out there. So praise y'all.
Yeah, I can speak up for him. I'm sure Maureen Michael can as well, because I didn't have some doozy conversations. He sometimes would be the last person to come in the cafeteria and the last one to leave. I have to say, go to class. You're gonna be like, yeah, go. You ain't gonna use my name. We've had a whole lot of conversations just about every single day. So I can tell that he always got something on his mind too. Let them just write things down. You may have a little difficult time trying to remember things because they don't write things down, but we're gonna make sure he got pen and pad. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Let me just give a couple more verses before we change the subject here for a moment. Go to Proverbs 16. In the 18th and the 19th verse of Proverbs 16, it reads, Pride goeth before destruction, and an haughty spirit before a fall. Better it is to be of a humble spirit with the lowly than to divide the spoil with the proud. There's going to be a lot of people out there and been out there this month with this pride thing. They got pride marches, pride parade, all this old pride bull crap. And all the things that are involved are an abomination to the Almighty Yah. I wonder how many people that's on the fence gonna be there. They've been having them thoughts in their mind because I don't know, maybe they've just been around a bunch of women all the time. Or they know somebody, they got a friend that said, come on, join us. Because I know there's going to be a number of this Israel playing with fire. And you play with fire, a lot of times, what happens? You get burnt. You get burnt. You get burnt. I done been burnt enough. Y'all done been burnt enough? Yes, sir.
It's like when you sin, it catches you, and like say it catches you off guard.
When it catches you off guard?
No, like when you about to commit a sin, it catches you, you'll be in a situation where it catches you off guard.
How do you mean? Because we all know what we do, right?
Like a hard situation. Say if you have a decision. Say if you don't want to lie to them, you don't want to hurt feelings.
Oh, wait a minute. See, hold on. Somebody got to get you. Well, you don't want to hurt somebody's feelings, so you lie to them anyway. So you just said you don't want to lie, but you don't want to hurt somebody's feelings. So what you're saying is you'd rather, Let's see. You rather uphold somebody else than the Almighty. You rather offend the Almighty more so than to see. My thing, if I say the truth, I ain't trying to offend you. I'm trying to correct you, right? So if I lie to you and just tell you things that's gonna make you feel good about yourself or whatever, and I'm telling you the wrong thing because I didn't want to offend you, that's just saying I'd rather offend the Almighty. So I don't necessarily want to think that you understand the way I just broke it down for you. See, if you don't want to lie to somebody, but you don't want to hurt their feelings, so you go ahead and you lie to them anyway, you putting the Almighty on the back burner. You want to say something? What do you think about what I just told you? Did you hear what he said?
A little bit.
He was saying, if you don't want to lie to somebody, but you don't want to hurt their feelings, so you lie to them anyway. I told you that's putting the Almighty out on the back burner. You're offending the Almighty because you don't want to offend somebody else.
Right. Right.
That's like a spit in his face. Especially when we know better, man. And I'm gonna tell you, we have so many transgressions as individuals. I'm gonna tell you, if we really thought about our ways, I can't speak for nobody but you. Like I said, I had to hold back, but I was about to explode when I just used myself for an example up here. Not too long ago, and I started teaching today. Because I can't speak for nobody else, but when you know that you then came a long ways and just thinking on some of the things, some of the foolishness that I've done. If I think on that, I'm like, man, yeah, I'll go they'd be quick to water. They'd be quick to water. Now, I can't speak for nobody but myself, though. But I believe as we get wiser and we really start to understand it, man, it'd be easy to cheer up when you go thinking about some of the foolishness. And then understanding that the Almighty kept you here. You start to question yourself, well, what did he say to me that he kept me here? Especially when you know other people that just went by the way. Young and old alike. That's enough to make me want to straighten up. Now, I ain't even trying to suggest I'm all that, but I'm working on it. And if I do be all that, let him say it, because it ain't going to be me. You know, because I used to exude pride, like so many of us, because we was brought up in the wrong way and was taught, boy, have some pride about yourself. Then we went to these schools, you got all the school pride and all this type of stuff. Then the music, James Brown, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. And we were just surrounded by things that the Almighty hated. And we were just too foolish to understand. And some of us at this point in our life, we're still foolish, though we have a better understanding, but we don't want to submit. Now that's the real fool. Once we get that understanding and we know better and just refuse to submit, just want to continue to be rebellious. And we do that because we just don't fear Yah enough. That thing, then I'm going to move on. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like, you know, when you sin, right, you might not get the punishment now. Like, say if you don't fear Yahweh that minute, but later in life you're going to fear him. So, basically, if you don't get the punishment now, you're going to get it some other time. But it's like, when is it going to happen?
Because we just don't understand time. We just don't understand time. Trust and believe the Almighty's words ain't going void. They ain't gonna come back void. If he say, I got you, he got you. If he say, I'm gonna give you your reward, your just reward. If your reward is good because of your goodness, if your reward is because of your ungoodness, you're gonna get your just reward. I'm gonna get my just reward. The Almighty is just. We go dealing with judgment. Oh man, we ain't escaping nothing. We might think we got away with something. I still think about the foolishness that I may have did when I was a lot younger, when I was a child. and just kept on multiplying it, multiplying it, multiplying it. Y'all ever think about that? How much, remember when I talked about hoarders? Going to house, just nasty stuff everywhere, you got to climb over stuff. How high are the mountains of our transgressions? Surely, all the decades that I've been around, I know it's enough stuff there. I just can't see it, but I know it's there. Guess what? The Almighty can see it. We're in a filthy land, and our part of the pollution is great. And he told us, he warned, stay away from it, stay away from it. But no, we wanted to bust through because we want to see what's going on. Look like they're having fun. I want to have some fun too. But what we didn't understand is, oh, look like everybody being wicked. I want to be wicked too. Shame on us. Shame on us. You know, when we fear Yah, we're supposed to hate evil, right? Let's talk about this. Roe v. Wade. Let's talk about this here. The people in this land the Supreme Court had voted, I think about 49 years ago, close to 50 years ago, that women had a right to abortion. And quick, if somebody robbed a person's house and the person see them, but they running away with their big screen TV in their hand, house, and somebody shoot them in the back, bang! The person shoot them in the back when this person is running away and is no longer a threat to them. They're gonna be charged with what? Murder, right? You quick on that one. They're gonna be charged with murder. Hold on, wait a minute. That's what they'd be charged with. Anybody disagree? Okay, hold on. Let me get through this. All right, I'm gonna give you plenty of time. They're gonna be charged with murder. If a person, I'm gonna give you a few scenarios. Now, if a police officer, we're gonna keep it 100 now. A police officer tells somebody to freeze, and I didn't watch plenty of daggone things with this right here. Tell them to stop. But the person starts fleeing, running, leaving away from them, meaning they're no longer a threat to that police officer, right? And the police officer started loading. Shoot them several times. I just watched some of these things just this week, doing my research. And they say it was a righteous shooting. Man, they ain't gonna charge that police with murder. You know what they say? Justifiable homicide. Justifiable homicide. Now let's skip over here. When you go to the book of Exodus 20 and 13. Exodus 20 and 13. Exodus 20, 13th verse reads, thou, meaning you. And I tell everybody, when you read the commandments, make it exclusive to self. Make it exclusive to self. Now, in some books, it's going to read, thou or you shall not kill. It should read, you shall not murder, or I shall not murder. There's a huge difference between killing and murder. Murder is the shedding of innocent blood. Now, here's what this man liked to do. They like to keep it, you shall not kill. But the Almighty didn't already let us know, don't add to his word or diminish out from it. Say, at least I'm going to reprove you and you're going to be found to be a liar. In other words, don't add nothing to it. Don't take nothing away. So here's what this man does. They say it's you shall not kill, but then they only apply that to man. You shall not kill man. That's male or female. All right. In other words, don't kill a person. Now, again, I just stated that there's a huge difference between killing and murdering. I'm going to give you an example. I think we might have used this example here before. Somebody break into your house, middle of the night. Boom! Keep the door in, coming in and do damage. They have weapons. Put your hand down. They come in, they have weapons. Coming in and take whatever they want by any means necessary. You can see that because in the dark, you see somebody got a gun in their hand. They startled you and they woke you up. You went out there, you took a little peek and you see what's going on. Right? You got your wife, your children in that daggone house. If you end a life or two of the people that come in your house, did you kill them or did you murder them?
You kill them.
Why would you say, and I'm not going to say you're wrong or right, I'm going to ask you a question, but why did you say murder? Why did you say kill? And killing, you're right. You're right. Let me tell you that. So why did you say kill?
Because you didn't see him. Because if you're in the light and you see him, then he can restore what he.
Oh, wait a minute. You just threw me off. I clearly said you didn't came out, you see them, you even see the gun in their hand. I say they come in, they coming in to do whatever they need to do. But they're criminal. And the criminal was looking for a target, they just happened to target that particular house. So if they lose their life, even if only one of them lose their life and the other run and get away or whatever, did you kill them or did you murder them?
You kill them.
And why did you say kill? I'm trying to see if you understand what you're saying.
Because in 22,
very simple here. Let me just see you're studying. We got a lot to do here. Let me tell you. You didn't plan to wake up and just go kill somebody or murder somebody. You didn't plan, I'm gonna go ahead. No, they broke into your house and you defended your house. You killed them. Now let's go here and understand. Murder is the shedding of innocent blood. When they kicked your door and they're coming in to do you and your family in and take what you got, and you defended that, you killed them. You didn't just go plan, let me wake up and go find somebody else and just go out the house and murder somebody. There's a huge difference. So now that's taking me to where my subject is. Murder is the shedding of innocent blood. So there's some people, Bill Gates' wife, then there's another woman named Mackenzie Scott or whatnot, who donate millions. One of them just donated, $275 million to guess what? Planned Parenthood. Now, you know they put them places usually in Black and brown communities. Y'all know that, right? And Black folks lose more people, more babies, more bodies by abortion than cancer and heart attacks and strokes and all those car crashes, all those things you can think of together. Most of the philanthropists, I can't say the word. Say the word. Yeah, that one. Most of them, they donate big bucks to Planned Parenthood for abortions and things. Do the research, you're going to say like, oh my God, everybody giving to help get rid of Black babies. Black babies, see, here's the thing now. With this here, women, Black women included, are suggesting that because it's been overturned, the Supreme Court just gave their decision on it, that Roe v. Wade was overturned. Now, the states throughout this country are at odds because people are insisting that their right to murder has been taken away. Now, wait a minute. You plan on using abortion as a means of birth control? You shouldn't be opening up. You shouldn't be doing the nasty if you ain't trying to have the babies. And this is going on. And now here's the thing. Mr. Biden is suggesting that they get ready to do something about this. He said it's a matter of fact, I wrote this quote down. He calls it a sad day for America. He said it's a sad day. But let you or I go out and murder somebody. Now, while we're doing this right here, I've got another clip, very short clip. So listen attentively that I want to play, because I got a lot more that I need to come out. But it goes right along with what we're talking about. Now, the clip that I'm getting ready to play is from one of the elite. You know how they get together and they have their meetings to decide the fate of the world, if you will. Y'all know that it's supposed to be it might be a little bit more by now, 7.7 billion people on the planet. And for years, we've been talking about how the elite say, well, it's too many, so they want to make executive decisions to see who lives and who dies. And they refer to people who look like you and myself as useless eaters. Well, let me share something with you that just took place not too long ago when they had this meeting. And bear with me. It'll make you say, well, oh my goodness.
About to show y'all the video. And yes, it is very, very disturbing.
Just listen to this. I'm going to stop.
I think that it's really fulfilling of a dream that we had together with my leadership team when we started in 19. The first week we met in January of 19 in California and to set up the goals for the next 5 years. And one of them was by 2023, we will reduce the number of people in the world by 50%. I think today this dream is becoming reality.
Now, did y'all hear? What did you say? Their 5-year goal, when they met, I believe in January of 2019, was by 2023 to reduce the population of the world by at least 50%. Now, if that wasn't bad enough to even suggest that, then y'all heard the clapping. So we have the powers that be that said our end game, our goal is to relieve the earth of many people. And they've made the executive decision to kick somebody out, so to speak. So ask yourself a question. Even with this so-called shot, I'll say shot because the people who make the shot don't even call it the V word. Okay? They don't even call it that. And we all know, let me use this word, a vaccine takes years to come into effect, and a vaccine is supposed to render the recipient from catching and or transmitting the thing in which the vaccine was given for. So a person might have to scratch their head and say, well, wait a minute. People getting the shot and then another shot and then another shot for the shot and got shots lined up for the other shots that they've already got and still pass it. But here's the thing. When they put them on the ventilators, most of the people, most of them, they got the ventilators, what happened? They didn't make it, did they? That's just one of the scenarios. There's so many things going on, And the people have been distracted for so long that they can't see what's going on right in front of their eyes. Again, your husband, he put something to me in a way that made, see, certain things just stick with you. He said, look out this window here. Tell me the first thing you see. When he said that, first thing I see that over there, that brought to my attention, the glass. So they put things right, but we so distracted, masters of distraction, that we don't see right in front of us. So we're like trained seals, so to speak. They know how to do things right in front of us. They know how to put you in a bad situation and make you call on them for help, not knowing that they're the ones who created the situation. See, we've been talking about preparation for a long time. Matter of fact, not too long ago, I said something briefly on preparation, but our preparation starts with the Almighty. Are we prepared for what's really coming down? Supreme Court just dropped another bombshell. Another bombshell, not just Roe v. Wade, but we're going to talk about Roe v. Wade right now. We'll talk about that other thing later on. Yeah, there's a great divide here in modern America. This is what you call modern America now. And the more modern it got, the more watered down it got. And Israel is the great part of it. We in that pot being stirred up with everybody else because we didn't want to get away. We didn't want to be peculiar. The Almighty said, since you want to do this and you want to serve other gods, kick us out the land. I said, I'm going to send you over there. Let's see what your end going to be. But even in doing that, he gave us some wisdom. He said, go over there and practice. Get your act together. Be separate. Be peculiar. Be a light to the nations. What we do? Man, we ain't doing that. We coming in, hey, that look cool. I want to be like them. We got over him, became bigger fools. So he let us know, you're going to catch hell in the land of your enemies. You're going to perish in the land of your enemies. And we have a problem with serving the Creator. Why do we have a problem with the one who will allow us the breath of life? How big a fool can we be? You know, you got people talking about, what's your pronoun? Are you us, them, they? Who are you? What the Almighty? He made male and female. He made woman. He made man. We, us, them, and they. And you're supposed to accept this. Huh? Are y'all going to accept that? If a boy is a boy and he want to be called the girl, you take your child to school. And if little Roger want to be referred to as Rochelle, they don't call him Rochelle, and you ain't got nothing to say about it. That's real. See, a lot of things be going on in these places that you don't know about. Then you wonder why your child come home and then they have to learn certain things, and your child start coming home with different behaviors because they feel like it's a part of what they got to do. And then a lot of times when a child come home from school, instead of saying, hey, come here, tell me about your day. Because see, that entails conversation, not just, hey, how was your day? Good. The child just keep on walking and go ahead on. Everything's watered down. Everything is watered down. And we're not paying attention to what's coming down the road, and it's coming fast. And the Almighty's fury is going to be right behind it. Where's our protection going to be? So this decision, it didn't make abortion completely illegal, but it's going to make it illegal in some states. In some states, as soon as the decision came down, they hit it right then. So they're still trying to decide if a person's going to be able, right now, I would say so. They can go from one state to go to the next state that allows abortion because they're going to leave it to the states. It's crazy. You have women who want to murder because they know what it is. There was one pregnant woman that I watched on the news. I think she was 9 months. She wrote on her belly, "Not a human yet." Not a human yet. Y'all might call it a child from the time of conception. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not human yet, how is it that you can get an ultrasound weeks into your pregnancy?
She the dummy. She wrote on her, she got her all this showing, and they're not a human yet. I told you this place is watered down. This is what this place has been reduced to. Yes, ma'am.
And going by what you just said, I was looking at the news and some of these jobs, and the one job that stuck out to me is Kroger's is giving their employees more money on their health care so that they can take off and go to another state to get an abortion. There's some other company, but Kroger stuck out to me because I work for Kroger.
Yeah, they having a fit because they no longer have the constitutional right for murder. Wow. You know, that was in 1973. There was a landmark case when the Supreme Court, they overturned that. It's been in place since 73. And in 73, that was a landmark case for people to have a constitutional right for an abortion. But we know that murder is murder. If one of us was to go out and commit a murder, they're going to do everything. They might kill us before they turn us in. And they call it justifiable. You see where we're at? We're in the pot. And what's so bad about being in the pot? We jumped in the pot. We jumped in the pot. Because in the pot is where we wanted to be. We don't want to be excluded. Remember, listen, you said we're monkey see, monkey do people. We see somebody doing something, ooh, I want to do it too. You know, part of the conversation is when I watch a lot of different things. Part of the conversation is that they believe, and this is coming from women, that every woman should have the right to kill their baby if they want to. But now the same people that's saying them words out of their mouth got to know that that baby is innocent. They got to know deep down that it's murder. When you kill somebody who couldn't defend themselves, it's murder. But they want to say it's not murder because it's still on the inside. That sounds like foolishness to me. Did not the Almighty Yah call it a child from the time of conception? Yeah, this is the great divide across the country. The great divide. Great divide. Let's move on. I got something else here. Let's move on. Is there any questions about that? You got anything you want to say in regards to this at all? Anything? Baby girl? Anything?
I have a question.
Yes?
There are women in prison right now because they put their babies in microwaves, drowned them in bathtubs, whatever it was that they did. They took the life of innocent children.
Mm-hmm.
They're guilty and they're in prison.
Mm-hmm.
But you can kill your baby in the womb and it's considered a freak.
Mm-hmm. Because they say it's not a child yet.
Even though you can feel it kick and you see its arm imprint when it moves inside your belly. It's not a human hand. Okay.
So that shows that they're not ignorant, they know. But everybody, well, those that want that way out. Yes, sir.
Praise Yahweh. Sis, you made an excellent point. Because I was thinking about this, and this is what made me want to comment on that, was that if a woman is pregnant, and let's say the individual was acting a fool with the car, crashes the car, the mother and the unborn child both die. If that baby is not a human, then why would you charge the individual who caused the crash with double homicide?
Mm-hmm.
Double
Good
homicide.
point. Good point.
And I was thinking about, like you had brought out a point dealing with because the baby is on the inside. It's like you take a mother who has a baby and I'm not saying it's right, I'm just giving an example, puts her baby in the microwave. She's, of course, automatically charged with murder. You take another mother who uses, as you stated, abortion as contraception. She just gets free from responsibility, so to speak. But like you said, murder is murder is murder. And the thing that's deep is throughout all this, the only one that doesn't get a say, of course, is the baby, who has no control over situations or circumstances. He's just, or she is just a product of what happened. And the baby is the only one that does not get a voice. And praise God. I'm gonna stop that.
No, go ahead.
No, because then I'll just be rambling. But I'm gonna stop there. But the points were really deep. Praise y'all.
Hallelujah. Go ahead, man.
Real quickly. And I'm pretty sure these doctors is opposing it because they're making so much money in these hospitals and these places where they have these things done. So that's another aspect of it, a big aspect also.
Money. Yeah. Yep. Time for Psalms 37. 36 and 37 that was right on time for this here. Psalm 37. Reach, fret not thyself because of evil doers, neither be thou envious against the workers of iniquity. for they shall soon be cut down like the grass and wither as the green herb. Y'all believe that? Because this is definitely wicked right here, isn't it? Dealing with all of this daggone pride stuff and having pride and feeling like they have the right to murder, talking about abortion. Think about what I just said here. Having pride, even in that regard, and protesting all across this land because they can't do a wicked deed. So they say, if I can't do it here, I'm going to cross the border and go do it there. Because they've been, as they say, hoodwinked. They've been bamboozled because you got those people who don't want to see you here donate money for you to kill your babies. They ain't killing theirs, but they want you to kill yours. And just like that clip said, by 2023, the hope is, and they were saying they're off to a good start. All these little different things have been taking place. Well, all these atrocities been going down. Now, imagine this. A lot of times people don't even believe that this man has his hand in controlling the weather. There's times when I have to consider, is this coming from the Almighty? Well, I know evil can't be done in the city and the Almighty ain't done it. I understand that. But I learned quite some time ago while dealing with training, again, with your husband, when we used to have to watch certain things. And I learned by watching the military channel, I believe it was, that this man didn't have his hand in controlling the weather for quite some time. For quite some time. And I forget the year that they say they wanted to be able to control it all. They even got these madmen talking about throwing a screen up in the sky to block the sun. Yeah. They don't even really want you to be able to grow your own food, to tell you the truth, or have heirloom seeds. And the same people that's in charge of your pesticides and everything is in charge of your food too. Come on now. This is one of the only countries, one of them, that allow all these GMOs. So it looks like they're doing a good job. See, they tell you what they want to do, but no, we don't pay no attention. They say, we want to kick you off the boat in the middle of the ocean. We say, no, they just playing. They just playing. They ain't for real. You got people that's making decisions about who lives and who dies, but we don't have the protection because a lot of it ignored the Almighty Yah. Ignore it. We got dead Jacob. Then we got those Israelites that your son called two bookers. This deal with Christ. Then we got those just rebellious Israelites to say, whatever. I have to ask myself, what part of my plan? What part of my plan? I know I got to be right. I know that if my household is out of order, I know that's on me. I know that. A wise man knows that. If your house is out of order, Maury, who is it on? That's a huge, huge responsibility. So we have to show certain things. We have to put certain things in place. Now, when stuff do hit the fan, if you have a child, you know, this loose cannon, don't never do what you say. Come in, eat up all the food, leave out, don't do nothing there, whatnot. Always just laying around, slumbering on the phone with his buddies hanging them over. If you leave in town and you say, look here, boy, don't you have nobody in my daggone house here? Nobody. And knowing that he gonna go against that, what you got to do? Change the locks, take his key, whatever, before you leave, because you know somebody gonna be out. Now, what if stuff didn't hit the fan? And you got things in there that you're trying to protect that somebody else might not have. And a foolish child just knows somebody, so now you come back and all your stuff gone. They done ate up, Mom, they needed some things too. We had plenty, but now we ain't got none. Just start rationing stuff out to people because they didn't prepare. So you just tell the son, okay, don't worry about it. Or you put his tail out. Gotta go, gotta go. Sometimes we have to just make some tough decisions. Y'all heard of tough love, right? Sometimes tough love hurt. It hurt the person that's got to give the tough love, sometimes a lot more than they expected to hurt. The word pride is described as a feeling or a deep pleasure or satisfaction derived from one's own achievements, the achievements of those with whom one is closely acquainted, or from qualities or possessions that are widely admired. Pride. Oh, that's your car, man? Yeah, man. Don't lean on it, man. You got to wax it. Man, you left your fingerprint there. Everybody admire this. We got a lot of pride. We don't know how to take our vanities and keep them in a proper perspective. Because all is vain except for eating, drinking, and praising the Almighty God. And a lot of times we don't really understand that. I've been guilty of it enough times. Probably be guilty of it even more, but yet sometimes we got to catch ourselves. You know, like I catch myself if somebody else trying to get on the highway, going to work. I'm coming out and the person didn't want to get in the far right lane. I'm verging on me. I got to slow down. I'm coming to the edge. Matter of fact, that wasn't going to work. You was in the car with me.
Today,
Was it coming in?
earlier on the way here.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Sometimes we got to catch ourselves and say, you know, you just got to hold things with you. Because people always want to justify things in the book of Proverbs 16. There it is, Proverbs 16, the 25th verse. It reads, there's a way that seemeth right unto a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death. Now let's apply this to abortion, to murder, to destroying the Almighty's heritage. Wow. They think that it's okay to kill a baby, but not knowing that the Almighty Yah is going to punish them as well. All the people that's willfully, and some people, y'all know some people have more than one abortion. Mm-hmm. People don't just get abortions because they've been raped. But see, I've even come to the conclusion that I know it would be probably a hard thing, God forbid anything ever like that happened in my life. So I don't even want to think of that scenario or anything. But I think those that have been raped that understand this, I feel bad for them being raped. However, it's a hard thing for me to say. Probably hard for somebody here. How the baby, put the baby up for adoption. At least that way you're not killing the baby. What did you think about that, how the baby, put the baby up for adoption. Because I know sometimes the person get attached to the baby and say they want to keep the baby. But then in the situation, that could kind of tear that union up if they're married, because you're raising a baby of somebody that raped you. So if there's a husband involved, it's I know that could destroy something. But put the baby up for adoption. Don't just kill the baby. Yes, ma'am.
And I know it happened in a family member of mine. She was young, and her mother had made her have an abortion. And now, when I talked to her, she said she got other children now. She was much younger. She said she always think about that, what that child could have been, a grown boy. And I mean, it just comes back on her, knowing what she did, that her mother had her do that, made her do that. And that happens in a lot of situations. Young girl, 12, 13 years old, get pregnant. Mom don't want nobody else to know what happened. They can have an abortion. It's sad. It really is.
Whew, man. It's deep. That's why I say, with the things that we've done, just not even talking about abortion, but the things that we've done in our life. And we come to find that I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that, regardless of what it was. Some lesser, some more severe, whatnot. How do we feel about those things? Because if we're really trying to be better individuals, better servants to the Almighty, certain things should just, man, when you go to thinking about them, just tear up. It's hard. It's hard. Because you can't overlook your past. You can move on from it, but you can't overlook it. They don't understand with these pride people and these pride parades and all the destruction that's gonna come. They're gonna see. They're gonna see. Look at while we're here, look at the 18th verse. I'm not already read, but I want to go back to this, just that 18th verse, not the 19th verse. 16 and 18. It reads in the 18th verse, pride goeth before destruction and the haughty spirit before fall. So all these people that's out here and it's doing these abominable things, with the ABCs and EFGs and all these pronouns and this, that, and the other, and I know they're gonna see this, but I say we're gonna tell the truth here today. Because if somebody got to be offended, I'd rather be the people than the Almighty. It's an abomination. It's an abomination. It's a smoke in his nostril. It's something that he hates. Matter of fact, let's go to Proverbs 16 and 6. Is that where I'm trying to go? 6 and 16. Which is? Let's see. It's Proverbs 6, I believe. Proverbs 6. Yeah, 6 and 16. Take this Pride Month. 6 things doeth Yah hate. Yea, 7 are an abomination to him. A proud look. I didn't turn that down.
1, 3, 6. Power off.
There you go. Let's get that thing on. All right, 6 things doeth Yah hate. Yea, 7 are an abomination unto him. A proud look, a lying tongue, hands to shed innocent blood. Wait a minute. Oh, some of this just going right on along with this abortion in it. Hands to shed innocent blood. What's murder? The shedding of innocent blood. The shedding of innocent blood. What that baby do to you? Baby didn't ask to be here. I mean, we just got to keep it a buck, right? If people lie together and they do something they know there's a possibility of that happening, then that's on them. But people don't want to own up to their responsibilities. See, we just so watered down. I'm telling you, young folk, y'all gotta be careful when you deal with it as you get older. You gotta be careful. There might be an alphabet person, and you don't know. See, I want to see your birth. Well, they might have it the way you can change your birth certificate. So you might have to ask questions like, what were you born as? And I'm not trying to offend nobody, because people gonna do what they're gonna do, period. But I want those wise Israelites to do the right thing. They won't do the right thing. Now, if they choose not to do the right thing, that's on them. All I can do is just deliver a message. That's it. Just deliver a message. But in y'all generation, you can look at somebody, and I done seen stuff on YouTube where you take an ugly man and turn him into a beautiful woman. You still be a man, you just don't know. You ain't seen none of them videos? Elder?
You know what? I'm supposed to. I don't look at TikTok,
TikTok.
I don't look at none of that stuff. I have never.
But, let me tell you this. Makeup is something else. It is something else.
It's in the term. Make up. It's make believe. Can't believe it just.
You got a lot of people walking around here today. That ain't who you are. You don't really look like that. Let me leave it alone. Let me go back and read this here so we can move on. I'm start again. 16, do it, YHWH. 7, are an abomination to him, a proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood. So far right there, that's, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. A heart that devises wicked imaginations. Imagine having that abortion, killing that innocent baby, and you laid down and you did this, and now you want to get rid of the seed. You know who this affects more than any other people on the planet? The abortion. Black women. Black women. When I was just looking at the figures, I can still pull that up on my phone, but I don't want to read all that. I'll be going on and on and on. There's so many organizations. When I was looking at this last night, that contribute money for abortions. And Planned Parenthood, I'm talking about millions and billions of dollars. When you do, they'll let you go hungry. They won't throw you a sandwich, but they'll throw you some money to get rid of your baby. A heart that devises wicked imaginations and feet that be swift in running to mischief. Running to get an abortion, yep, that's mischief. Heart that devises wicked imagination, oh, I'm get rid of the baby. A false witness that speaketh lies. Talking about it's your right to have an abortion. It's your right to murder. A false witness that speaketh lies, and he that soweth discord among brethren. And right now, it's a back and forth. It's a divide, a great divide. This whole country is divided. If we're gonna get one message out today, in this portion here, I would have to say the message is we got to divide ourselves. We got to go back to the basics. We really got to go back to the basics. We got to get rid of that stony heart, that mindset. We got to get rid of it. We got to ask ourselves, how sincere am I about my walk? And those that's not walk with Yah, ask yourself, why, if you've listened to anything, if you've learned anything and you found it to be the opposite of what you know and found it to even just sound right, have you done any investigation? Have you checked to see the validity in it? Have you gave Yah a try? And I do believe that sometimes people just lean to these different religions and Christianity and things because you don't have to have any real accountability. But not understand that we're going to be accountable in the long run anyway. You can't run from your birthright. You can't run from who you are. Regardless of how hard we try, we can't run from it. And just because a person say, well, if I don't go there no more, I can't be held accountable. Don't believe that. Don't believe that. Just because a person stopped going to Sabbath service, elder, does that mean they're not going to be held accountable?
They are going to be accountable.
Just like if we were to stop doing what's right, we're going to be held accountable too, right?
Right.
Self-accountability. That's one of our biggest issues. One of our biggest issues. So is there a message that one of you ladies would want to give to those powerful people that are uttering, I should be able to murder my baby? Because that's in essence what they're saying. Because the Almighty called it a child from the time of conception. So to soften the blow, they just rather use the word abort.
My message that I want to give to any woman that has that's pregnant and want to abort their child, you're here. If your mother had aborted you, you would be here to talk about aborting a baby in your room.
That's crazy too.
Yes.
People are glad to be here and do their mischief, but they want to stop the opportunity of another life from being here because those few, as Maury Dan would say, those few moments of pleasure that they had, something happened in that time. And maybe it wasn't that case. Maybe it was because I don't want to just put all pregnancy in the same box. All right, you know, I know it's hard thing. Just get a baby up. Just get a baby up. And I know once a person starts doing something like being active, playing house, if you will, if they're not, there's consequences to that. But you don't take it out on the baby. You gotta live with those consequences. Whether you keep it and raise it, or whether you give the baby up. But murder should be the last option, my belief. Now, I know some people might be listening or see this later and say, well, you're not a woman. How would you know?
And then one other thing, I did hear that, like, if it's a matter where if she had the baby, it might be her life or the baby's life. So in that instance, then that individual would have to decide whether she want her baby to live or whether she would want her to live.
And I can even agree with that. You see, but just to go real quick, and it's like going to a depository, so to speak. Yes. Baby girl, any message that you would give for the prideful people and those who want to willfully end a life when the Almighty has been so merciful, even to them? Just think, when the Almighty being merciful, extending our days, how quick and fast somebody is to go to end somebody else's before they even come out the womb. Destroy a life before that life can even see the outside.
Once upon a time, I actively considered getting an abortion. I had the money together to do it and everything. I had made the appointment. I couldn't do it. I didn't feel like what I was doing was right. I couldn't do it. And I fully, with my whole being, believe that if you put Yahweh first, I ain't gonna say that you're gonna be on the diamond path, but it's gonna be way better than if you give in to whatever idea you have that goes contrary to the laws that Yahweh put in order. And whether you're a servant of Yahweh or not, you got a good idea of what's good and what's not. And hard time in your life having this baby. A baby may have come as a result of something terrible and traumatic, but you don't know what Yahweh got planned for you or for that life. And how dare you step in the middle and be like, I'm the commander of this ship and I can do what I want to do. Yahweh don't operate that way. And you need to just step back and just stop acting like you know everything just because you have the ability to make a choice. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Please, anything. We're going to end it with that.
That's a great lesson. That's deep.
Well, I hope that no individuals were offended by anything that came from us here at the house of Yahuda today, or even this lesson, because I want the glory to go to the Almighty Yah, because we're His servants, and He gave us the breath of life. And abortion, whether you want to acknowledge it or not, is murder, and murder is the shedding of innocent blood. And for this Pride Month, people being proud in their abominations. Oh my goodness. Take time and consider. Take time and consider. Because the Almighty Yah created us all, and we all have a time and a season. And if you want your season to be long, act like it. Try to do something to rectify those mistakes. I'm not perfect. And if I ever do be, let the Almighty deem me to be perfect. That being said, I appreciate all those that did tune in with us here at the house of Yahuda today. I appreciate all the input that I got from within. And we're going to call up the next speaker. And that would be my beautiful wife, Dawn Israel. I don't know what she had, but I know she got something that's going to be juicy. It usually is. Juicy. So I'm going to step down and I'm going to call up my wife, Dawn, so she can teach us a thing or two. Praise the Almighty Yah. Hallelujah.
Good class, very good class.
Praise Yah. I didn't realize I came up with so much stuff.
Shabbat shalom, everybody. How are we doing today?
Praise God. Highly blessed.
Right on, how we are. Don't we serve just the most awesome, just wonderful Elohim? Just
Hallelujah.
Very true story. This morning, before we came here, as some of you may or may not know, I have a very strong affinity to watermelon. Call me a jigaboo if you want to. It is the most wonderful thing. And I actually, while I was eating it this morning, I took a spoonful of the juice and I put it in my mouth and I swallowed it. And I literally thought Yahweh was smiling on me as I did that. It was just that good. It was like Yahweh said, here, have that. I am so grateful for that. It's just wonderful. Have you ever eaten something that was just so good you just was dumbfounded? Anybody? Surely y'all done ate something. No? Y'all ain't never had something that was so good that you was moved to praise the mighty Yah for it.
You know I have.
Food in general.
Cupcakes.
Food in general.
Food in general. That's why I was thinking after we eat, and I hope people remember after you eat to thank the Almighty blessing for it. Hallelujah.
I Hootie, what's the last thing you ate that was delicious?
Cereal.
What kind of cereal was it?
Cocoa Pebbles.
Wow, I like Cocoa Krispies. But I see where you're coming from. What about you? Don't be pressing your lips together like you ain't got nothing to say. What was it?
You always eat cereal.
What was the last thing you ate that was so delicious you was just like praise the mighty God for it?
I have to say cereal.
Cereal? What kind?
Honey oats, but I don't think you really know about it because it's one of the off-brand ones. It's
Sweetie,
just certain ones.
Here's the thing. Yahweh gives blessings in many forms. Generic cereals or name brand cereals. Yahweh is in it. So don't, I could have heard of it. I don't always buy name brand stuff. Did you know that the off brands a lot of times are made by the name brands? Did you know that? They just put it under a store. Good stuff everywhere. Praise the mighty Yahweh.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll speak louder.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That better?
Yes.
Great. I'd like to begin by reading Psalm 59. Did y'all not get enough sleep last night or something? The sun is shining. We woke up today. You all are not very energetic.
That's how I felt when I asked earlier how everybody was doing, and y'all all looked at me. So I did.
I appreciate your response. It was honest.
I love you, sis.
Feelings mutual, bro. All right, so in Psalm chapter 59, I think that this would be a good psalm for me to begin with, because, it is so many people that are against the multi-Yahweh. You can feel overwhelmed, like you just living your life trying to do the right thing, and you feel like you can't get anywhere, like you're not prospering, like Yahweh is just blessing all the wicked people and just frowning on you. But it's not true.
Sister Yakira said Southern lemon pie.
All right then. Yes, ma'am. I can't say that I've ever had it, but if you like it, I love
It sounds
Lemon
it.
pounds. I think she meant
Oh,
southern.
lemon pound cake?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Oh, a pound cake. Goodness gracious.
Southern.
Well, I won't say so everything because I have read old cookbooks from the South. Oh my gosh, they used everything. Pork cake.
Okay, let me clarify. Is that clean?
I'm not negating what you're saying. I'm expounding upon it.
Great lesson.
And then for me,
Yes, ma'am.
sweet potato pie that I want your elder to save me a piece with the whipped topping on it.
Jeez, we can say it wrong.
Okay. Somebody make Mike Carroll a clean sweet potato pie with the whipped topping of his choice, please. We are putting it out into the atmosphere. We're giving it energy.
I love it.
All right. So in Psalm chapter 59, I implore Yahweh to please hear us with mercy and loving kindness. Deliver me from mine enemies, O my Elohim. Defend me from them that rise up against me. Deliver me from the workers of iniquity and save me from bloody men. For lo, they lie in wait for my soul. The mighty are gathered against me, not for my transgression, nor for my sin, O Yahweh. They run and prepare themselves without my fault. Awake to help me, and behold. You, therefore, O Yahweh Elohim of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, awake to visit all the heathen. Be not merciful to any wicked transgressors. Selah. They return at evening. They make a noise like a dog and go round about the city. Behold, they belch out with their mouth. Swords are in their lips. For who, say they, does hear? But you, O Yahweh, shall laugh at them. You shall have all the heathen in derision, Because of your strength will I wait on you, for Yahweh is my defense. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
The Elohim of my mercy shall prevent me. Yahweh shall let me see my desire upon mine enemies. Slay them not, lest my people forget. Scatter them by your power and bring them down, O Yahweh our shield. For the sin of their mouth and the words of their lips, let them even be taken in their pride, and for cursing and lying which they speak. I just want to pause for a minute. Yahweh hates pride, and Yahweh will give you just enough pride to destroy yourself should you decide that you're going to wear it like a flag. Consume them in wrath, consume them that they may not be, and let them know that Elohim rules in Jacob until the ends of the earth. Selah. And at evening let them return, and let them make a noise like a dog and go round about the city. Let them wander up and down for meat and grudge if they be not satisfied. But I will sing of thy power. Yea, I will sing aloud of your mercy in the morning. For you have been my defense and refuge in the day of my trouble. Unto you, O my strength, will I sing. For Elohim is my defense and the Elohim of my mercy. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
If you don't know who Yahweh is, you better get to finding out. And I don't mean the hard way.
Teach.
We walk around here and we act like we special because we got freedom of speech or the freedom to carry or the freedom to do this, that, and the third. Our greatest freedom is our ability to call on Yahweh, the true and living creator of all things. That is mightier than a sword. That is mightier than titanium. That is mightier than any nuclear weapon that they have created. Yahweh can do anything and can't nobody stop him. But he will be our last resort. We'll think of everything. We'll call everybody. We will beg and plead, and we will treat Yahweh like this. Okay, I can't do nothing else. I'll call on him. We should be calling on him first. Yahweh will put things in order and make things happen in a way that we could not even imagine how it could work that way.
Teach. Teach.
That's who we need to call on in our times of trouble.
Praise Yah.
You feel sad? Call on the mighty Yah. Next thing you know, you'll have a smile on your face. And you won't even know why. You get depressed and you get to feeling lonely. Don't nobody like me. She said I was ugly. Whatever your issue is, and I'm not saying this to be funny. I'm just spitballing things that we think about on a daily basis based on the interactions we have with other individuals. Talking to other people brings out our insecurities. Those insecurities go to making us feel bad. And it just tumbles down the hill from there. Trust in Yahweh. Looky here. If Yahweh gave you the face that you got, don't you think that's the face you're supposed to have? No. Let Maybelline tell it. That's not the face you should have. You should look like this. Fire burn. It's makeup. It means you create something that was not there. If your face looks the way it looks, thank you, Yahweh, for my face. Johnny doesn't have to find me attractive. Wilma can think that I'm ugly. It's okay. Yahweh gave me this. Yahweh don't make no mistakes. That means that what you have is not for them. And that's okay. Yahweh gave you this. Thank you, Yahweh. Yahweh gave me this bowl of cereal. It is delicious. I want seconds. Thank you, Yahweh. Yahweh gave me that piece of watermelon this morning. Woo! It's delicious. Thank you, Yahweh. Seeds and all, I'm very grateful. I ate boy. I don't mean to be a glutton, but a cold piece of watermelon on a hot day is a blessing. It's wonderful. Thank Yahweh for it every time I have it. It's great. Now, I know there are some people in this world who do not want us to prosper because we are different. It's all right. We're supposed to be different. Because otherwise, we'd be running around with these fools letting our freak flag fly high. Woo! We ain't supposed to carry on like that. Not for wickedness. Now, certainly, if you want to roam the streets, Hallelujah! Praise the mighty Yahweh. Well, then by all means, you do that. That's your source of protection. But you got to stay in line with what Yahweh says is right. The very moment you fall out of favor with the Most High Yah, well, there goes all your protection. You don't have your shield no more. You want that armor. Okay, so having said all of that, I want to talk about one of these dang deities. Not to glorify it, this is just for general knowledge. Now, I don't know if anybody's ever heard of this deity. It's not very popular, if you will, but it is a deity nonetheless. And this is the name of the deity. Aten. It's an Egyptian deity. And its symbol is this. I apologize in advance for my lack of artistry in this representation. Kinda don't care, just trying to get a point across. This is an Egyptian sun deity. And this is the symbol of that sun deity. It's the sun with rays, and at the end of the rays are supposed to be hands. Yeah. It's represented by the disk of the sun with rays of light emanating outward. This deity came to be known as the creator of mankind. It's honored in the Book of the Dead. And the worship of this deity early on was described as a henotheistic religion, a religion devoted to a single deity while accepting the existence of other deities. So this deity is just going to say, I'm at the top, and you little minions can reign below me. But it also developed into a proto-monotheistic system, because during the reign of Akhenaton, a king, a pharaoh in Egypt from 1353 to 1336 BCE, he declared this deity to be the sole deity of his kingdom. He eradicated all of the other deities. And he ruled during his reign. He banned the use of idols with the exception of a rayed solar disk. He also made it clear that the image of the deity only represented the deity, but that the deity itself transcended creation and could not be fully understood or represented. You know what that sounds like to me? Gibberish for I can't explain this deity, but this is what I worship. Right. And because I'm the king, you have to do what I say. That's what happens when you think a lot. Your training and thought processes go against what everybody else wants you to think, and you end up in trouble. Sidebar. Okay, so now that we've gotten that little bit out of the way, let's go. Deuteronomy chapter 4. Deuteronomy chapter 4. Deuteronomy chapter 4. I'm going to start at verse 14. In Deuteronomy chapter 4, beginning in verse 14, it says, Yahweh commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments, that you might do them in the land whither you go to possess it. Take to ye therefore good heed unto yourselves, for ye saw no manner of similitude on the day that Yahweh spoke to you in Horeb out of the midst of the fire, lest ye corrupt yourselves and make you a graven image, the similitude of any figure, the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any beast that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged fowl that flies in the air, the likeness of anything that creeps on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the waters beneath the earth. Unless thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the hosts of heaven should be driven to worship them and serve them, which Yahweh, your Elohim, has divided unto all nations under the whole heaven. But Yahweh has taken you and brought you forth out of the iron furnace, even out of Egypt, to be unto him a people of inheritance, as ye are this day. One of the things that I love so much about Yahweh is how specific he is, because he clearly knows his creation. He knows that Israel is real special. If I don't tell them specifically what they need to do, they're going to be everywhere. So he broke it down. Don't be worshiping no animals, not no fish, not no birds. Don't worship anything in the sky. And what do we have throughout the entire earth? Deities that look like animals, that look like birds, that look like the sun and the moon and the fish. All the things that Yahweh said we're not supposed to do. And I am 99.99997% sure that you will find at least one black person in all of these religions talking about how wonderful they are. Because we just like to be involved. I don't want to be a Hebrew Israelite anymore. There's way too many rules. There's so many things I can't do. But you know what? As I worship as this, and I worship this deity, I have the freedom to be me. Because inside of me is blah, 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 blah. That's us. We want to be like everybody except Yah. And we're in a time now where it's completely justified. I identify as a cricket. You must refer to me as such. There are certain things that I don't do because I am a cricket. And how dare you say anything against it? Right? That's the kind of land we live in now.
That is true.
You could go to school when school starts again, and they could call you by the name that your mother gave you at birth. You could raise your hand and say, I am here, but I want you to call me JFK, because that is who I see myself as. They can't say anything against it. You can remake yourself, essentially, like makeup. You can create a whole new identity, a whole new you, because regular you isn't good enough for whatever your reasons are. And you want to be brand new. Yahweh says, take good heed unto yourselves. That means pay attention. What do you like about yourself, young man? Just one thing.
One thing.
One thing.
One thing I like about myself. Okay. One thing I like about myself.
It shouldn't be that hard, sir. Yahweh's blessed you with many qualities.
I guess
Pick one.
I'm blessed. I'm so blessed I don't even know it.
Are you telling me that you're blessed in ignorance? Is that what you're saying?
No, like the blessing Yahweh is gonna give me. It might not be now, but in like the future.
Oh, you're hoping for future blessings. Oh.
It might come it might not come now, but in the future.
So you appreciate the blessings that you have yet to come. Is that what you're saying?
I'm gonna have to. I mean, when it comes, that's when I'm going.
Okay. But that wasn't what I asked you. What about you? The way that you are. The way that you have been created. What one thing about that do you appreciate?
That I'm a boy.
for you. You're taking heed to yourself. You're paying attention. Wisdom. What thing do you like about yourself? Good for you. When you all answer questions, please speak up so that Elder Yamuel can hear you in the hallway. There's a lot of noise out there and he can't hear. Zuri, what one thing do you appreciate about yourself? As he rubs his cheek.
I can help him out.
No, one thing, just one thing of what Yahweh has blessed you to have. What one thing do you appreciate? Hallelujah, good for you. Knowledge. What one thing do you appreciate out of what Yahweh has blessed you with?
Ability to do stuff the way I think I can.
Okay, that's good. Speak up. Yeah. Can you repeat it, please? Yahweh didn't hear you.
Ability to do things when I don't think I can.
Okay. Hootie, what one thing do you appreciate that you have that Yahweh's blessed you with?
My wife.
Okay. We dug deep with that one. All right. Elder Yamuel, what do you have that you appreciate that Yahweh has blessed you with?
No problem.
I don't know.
My wife, all of my children. I got two here that are definitely keep me on the ball.
A bouncy ball, a basketball.
You know that. I gave them names to help keep me sharp and to make them sharp. Wisdom and knowledge have those names for a reason.
Elder Nashon, what thing do you have that you appreciate about you?
That the Almighty gave me the ability to pick a young man in my life that I married, and I had the 6 children, the 15 grandchildren, and the 15 great grandchildren. So I thank him for that.
Hallelujah.
Praise Yahweh. The ability to see my faults and not, see my faults, and the ability to be able to work through my faults, to be better, I appreciate the fact that Yahweh gave me the ability to see my faults and be able to work through my faults, because I have a lot of them. And I know some people may say, well, we all do. No, I ain't focused on we all, it's just me. And the ability to see that is a blessing, because a lot of times we blame our faults on everybody else. But sometimes you got to sit back and look at yourself. And I praise Yahweh for that ability, because with that ability, it'll help me become a better individual when it comes to serving Yahweh, father, friend, brother, just all the way around. Praise Yahweh.
Hallelujah. I am grateful for the tenacity that Yahweh has given me.
Praise Yahweh.
Because I have been through some terrible things, some of my own doing through poor choices, some just life. And through all of that, I can still stand here today and say, thank you, Yahweh. Praise the mighty Yahweh. I am of sound mind. I am of reasonably sound body, and I am grateful for the blessings that I have. I'm grateful for the ability to stand here and be able to speak of the glory and greatness of Yahweh and not be mad, not be bitter, not be carrying all my problems and issues like a backpack. I feel like I just got to carry around everywhere and open it and dump its contents on other people. I don't feel like that. And I'm grateful for that. And in this whole little conversation we had, we were taking heed to ourselves. we were self-reflecting, looking at ourselves, saying, are we actually good people who appreciate the Most High Yahweh? And I think that life keeps us so busy and confused and conflicted that we don't do that often enough. We should be taking heed to ourselves daily. How else can we be better servants of the Most High Yah? He told us to take heed to ourselves. That means we got to pay attention to the things that we're doing. How are we interacting in this world? Are we taking the things that Yahweh has given us in terms of statutes, judgments, commandments, blessings? Are we walking our path in the world with all of that in mind? Or are we just here and we so distracted by the noise that we even forgot about Yahweh in many instances and focuses because we so much going on. If we're in a room and it's quiet, we feel like we need to fill up that sound with something all the time. We don't. Sometimes we just need to be still. And if it's quiet, enjoy the silence. When's the last time one of you heard the Most High speak? Yes, sir.
Praise Yahweh. Just to, I'm not coming behind you to add to it, because everything that you're saying is right on target. And I was listening to a podcast, and this brother said, let's take a minute and just be quiet. He said that to the interviewer. So he sat there. The interviewer sat there. He said, close your eyes, just be quiet. Interviewer said, no, he said 10 seconds is what he said. He said 10 seconds. So they sit there. I did it with him. He went 15 seconds. The interviewer say, all right, man, we went 15 seconds. All right, you said 10. And the brother looked at him and said, well, what did you lose? What did you lose? And it's like, when he said that, I thought about it, like sitting there being quiet. What did you lose? And I remember years ago, Sister Dinah. Do you remember Sister Elder Dinah?
I've seen her in places.
Okay, she was one of the ladies who was the treasurer at one point in time. Mm-hmm. And she said that. She said, just try sitting in total silence with yourself. She didn't use those words, but she said, but the thought behind it was sit there. And I tried that one day. And what you just did demonstrated what I dealt with. If you sat back and thought about all the things that go through your mind, you will scare the heck out of yourself. That's why sitting still is so crucial. Sometimes just shut up. Sit there in silence. And you, like you said, you asked the question, has anyone ever heard Yahweh speak to them? Yahweh, we always talk about, man, Yahweh, will you hear me? Yahweh, hear me, hear me. And he's talking to us, but we talk so much that we don't hear him. Just sit and listen. It takes practice, but do it. Praise Yahweh. Forgive me, sister, for taking so much time, but what you just said was so strong. And I appreciate you for saying it. Praise Yahweh.
Hallelujah. I brought it up because Israel as a nation, as a whole, is under attack.
True.
And I honestly feel like those who know who Yahweh is are under an even greater attack because it's a double threat. Not only are you a black person, you're a black person who knows who you are and you know of the existence of the Most High Yahweh. That is an interconnected, intertwined relationship. And there are those who are trying to break that transmission so that you can't call on him for help to stop what they're doing. They can't stop y'all, but they can stop us to an extent. And when you want to break a power in something, you stop the communication. We have let the world and life break our communication with Yahweh. All them voices that we develop in our heads, the self-doubt, the insecurity, the things that we absorb from other people that tell us we're not good enough, we're not this enough, you have to be better, what you have isn't enough, you have to get more. All of that up there, that's breaking our connection, our communication with the Most High Yah, because we don't think enough of ourselves that our Elohim loves us and will take care of us. So we doubt Yahweh. And we don't turn to Yahweh when we have issues or problems or concerns. The communication is broken. Think about it in a war. What is one of the strongest weapons that you have for all of the parts in the war that you need to keep going? What?
The mind.
No, the communication chain. You have to be able to communicate the plans to the different parts of the war you got in action. You got these soldiers over here. You need to tell them what to do so that they can help these soldiers over here. If you don't have any way to communicate that, then everybody's just they don't know who they're shooting at. There's no order that divides the plan, and they're easily defeated.
Yep.
We are easily defeated because we aren't utilizing our resources, because we got all this chatter in our airwaves. You're not good enough. You're not pretty enough. You need muscles to get a woman. You don't have enough men. You don't have enough money. You need money to get a woman. You're not good enough because you're not pretty enough. You need this. So that when we're in silence, we're so used to the noise and the chatter, we feel like we always got to do something. Turn on the radio. Turn on the TV. We're not even watching it. It's just on. It's dead air in the background. Because we don't like silence. What are you afraid of in silence?
We're afraid of, I guess we can say we're afraid of, like, you gave me on that. Remember when you gave me that little sheet? What was it?
I don't, but okay. We're basically, I guess we're scared of our light. We've been so caught up in the dark that we can't.
You get it. And part of that darkness is the noise in the chatter, because it keeps you confused. So that when you get focused, you get an opportunity to focus, you don't know what to do with it. It's kind of like people who are used to being in a traumatic situation. You're so used to the anger and the violence. Go somewhere and none of that exists, you don't know how to function in it. What the heck am I supposed to do with peace? Who wants peace? I'm used to chaos. All right? No noise. I need to bring some noise. Why? Because you don't know, you're not used to it. You don't know what to do with it. Like people, women, myself, for instance, who've been in abusive relationships. When you get into a situation where none of that exists, I didn't know what to do with that. People are being nice to me and they don't want something from me. There's something wrong with this because this isn't what I'm used to. Guess what? That's how normal people with a sense of well-being behave. And we don't appreciate goodness and well-being because, well, we forsook our Elohim. He took that away from us. And now we're surrounded with stuff. And we're so used to being surrounded by the stuff that we openly embrace it and want more of it. This is delicious. It's wonderful. What do you mean? That's GMO. I don't care. It tastes good. It taste this organic stuff. It's not sweet enough. I want diabetes. What? It sounds crazy,
But that's true.
but that's what we want.
That's the truth.
There's not enough salt in this. You mean high blood pressure? No, I mean salt. It ain't got no seasoning. And we act like that's normal. It's not normal. And I say all of that to say the deities that we cling on to. It's part of the noise and the darkness that we have become accustomed to.
Right.
Yahweh is the organic section. It's expensive. It's pricey. You got to make sacrifices to get it. We don't want it because we want Dollar Tree stuff. We want ramen noodles at 9 cents a pack so we can buy $3,000 worth of it and have it at our leisure. But wait a minute. It's going to kill you. It's not giving you any vitamins. It doesn't have this. We don't care. It's easily accessible. I don't have to sacrifice too much to get it.
Right.
That's us. And it's not normal. We need to stop being abnormal. And we got to shed off that old skin, people. We got to be better versions of ourselves. We got to take heed to ourselves. We are jacked up. How do we stop being jacked up? Acknowledge that we're jacked up. Take 10 seconds out of your day to just, what am I doing? Is this something that Yahweh appreciates? Is Yahweh here with me while I'm doing this? If your answer is no, you're probably doing something you ain't got no business doing. 10 seconds. The amount of time that it takes you to pick this up, scroll through Instagram or whatever your favorite social media site is. 10 seconds. Waiting for your hot water to boil for your tea or your ramen noodles. 10 seconds. I mean, it takes longer than that on the stove. In the microwave, not so much. 10 seconds. Take heed to yourself. Let's go to Joshua chapter 10. I wasn't alive back then, but I would imagine that at this time, social media was someone turning to their brethren or their sister and talking to them. If they wanted entertainment, they got up and did something themselves and had other people watch them. They didn't pick up the remote and turn on the Roku. They didn't have no subscriptions to Amazon Prime. If they wanted new shoes, somebody had to be making those shoes, and they went and picked them out. They didn't just have a drone dropping them off by the front door. There was more involvement. We are detached from a lot of things, so we don't have much thought now. We have to take heed to ourselves. In Joshua chapter 10, this is a time of distress for the Israelites because they are at war. No matter what the video games may tell you, no matter what the movies may show you, war is a time of stress. There are people trying to kill you. They don't care what you look like. They don't care what weapon you have. They are trying to take your life. You can beg, you can plead, you can run. For whatever the reason is, you are their enemy and they are trying to end you. I've asked this before. How many of us could exist in that situation? There are people at war in all kinds of places right now without Yahweh. These individuals had Yahweh and it was still stressful. But you know who they turned to for the stress? Yah. So let's begin at verse 12. Then spake Joshua to Yahweh. Whoa, look at that. He's actually talking to him. In the day when Yahweh delivered up the Amorites before the children of Israel, and he said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand thou still upon Gibeon, and thou moon in the valley of Ayalon. And the sun stood still. I just want to pause for a minute because, take note. How many of us in here have very specifically asked Yahweh for something and he answered like that?
Yeah.
It's a dope feeling, right? Yeah. Now imagine our channels being so unclogged that happens all the time. My servant is on line 1. I need to answer them. My child is calling me. I need to get this real quick. Imagine that all the time. And we don't even ask for real important stuff, not to diminish what anybody asked for, but to tell the Most High that you want the sun to stand still. The sun. Which one of us got that kind of connection? Oh, I'm sorry. And the moon. Not just one body in the heavens, 2. The sun and the moon, which, by the way, it was during the day and the moon just kind of hanging out. But still, he said, be still. Yahweh said, I got you. Not later, but right now. How's that for somebody who takes heed to themselves? They watch what they say. They watch what they do. And when they call on the Most High, he say, I got you. No problem. Yeah. And he said in the sight of Israel's son, stand thou still upon Gibeon, and thou moon in the valley of Ayalon. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed, until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. Is not this written in the book of Yasher? So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven, and hasted not to go down about a whole day. There was daylight for an entire day cycle, because Yahshua asked Yahweh to do it. His line of communication was not blocked. And there was no day like it before it or after it, that Yahweh hearkened unto the voice of a man, for Yahweh fought for Israel. Yahweh took a celestial body that he created and bade it not to move, because one of his servants asked him to do it. Not to bring glory to him, not so Joshua could walk around and be like, yeah, I'm the man. No. So that Yahweh could get the glory by defeating a nation of people, individuals who were completely and totally contrary against Yahweh and his people. So when we come to the Most High and we're asking him for things and we wonder why we're not getting a response, is it because we're asking for something that's going to be glory to us? Or are we asking for Yahweh's name to be magnified and glorified so that he can get the glory and the praise and the honor? We have to take heed to ourselves. We have to pay attention. And we can't do it if we're constantly distracted. I'd like to go now to Numbers chapter 20, please. So let's read in Numbers chapter 20. I'd like to begin at verse 1. Then came the children of Israel, even the whole congregation. Negroes for days. Negroes everywhere. Even the whole congregation into the desert of Zin in the first month. And the people abode in Kadesh, and Miriam died there and was buried there. And there was no water for the congregation. And they gathered themselves together against Moses and against Aaron. And the people chode with Moses and spake, saying, would God we had died when our brethren died before Yahweh. Why have ye brought up the congregation of Yahweh into this wilderness, that we and our cattle should die there. And wherefore have you made us to come up out of Egypt to bring us into this evil place? See what I mean? Israel. All day, every day. The wilderness is evil, but they came up out of Egypt, and Egypt was evil. That's how we think. It's going to be a time when we're supposed to leave here. And this is what we're going to say. Why would you bring us here to this evil place when we was fine in America? Really? Do you know how many deities they worshiped in Egypt? They had a deity for every day of a year. In addition to other ones. The one that I talked about earlier, that was just one. And then as every Pharaoh came up, they brought a different deity with them. In addition to all the other deities that they had. But they called the wilderness where there was nothing the evil place. Israel. All the time. It is no place of seed in verse 5, or of figs, or of vines, or of pomegranates. Neither is there any water to drink. We're going to do the same thing. Ain't no Takis. Ain't no hot fries. We ain't got no Kool-Aid. Ain't no grape Faygo. Where's Popeyes? I want a chicken sandwich. We're going to talk about all the things that we have come to love in Babylon. And be mad that it's not there. And call the good, clean place where there's probably water and there's probably fruit or some other kind of food that we no longer have natural taste buds for because we've been in Babylon. But we'll call that the evil place. See what I mean? All the noise and the chatter got us all trauma bonded to America. Why? When something abuses you and mistreats you, it's not normal. We have come to accept abuse as normal. And when we get good treatment, we're like, ew, we don't want that. Ew, why are you hugging me? Who does that? I hugged a young lady at my job. She cried. She shed actual tears because that's not how she's normally treated. Can you imagine that? I'm almost crying thinking about it. That's what we do to Yahweh every time. Because we're not taking heed to ourselves. And we're breaking our communication connection with him by acting like the wickedness that we've come to embrace and love is normal. So in Numbers chapter 20, verse 6 goes on to say, and Moses and Aaron went from the presence of the assembly unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and they fell upon their faces, and the glory of Yahweh appeared unto them. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, take the rod and gather you the assembly together, you and Aaron your brother, and speak you unto the rock before their eyes, and it shall give forth his water. And thou shalt bring forth to them water out of the rock. So you shall give the congregation and their beasts drink. Okay, I just want to pause for a moment and perhaps let us see this. Have y'all seen a rock lately? We've all seen rocks here lately, right? There's big ones, there's little ones. Have you ever been thirsty and went up to a rock? Who ever looked at it and said, I sure am thirsty, and looked at a rock? Nobody. But that's the kind of power our Elohim has. He can make water come out of a rock. I wish I had a rock right now so I can show. It's a rock. It's hard. Some of them have sharp edges. Some of them are smooth. There's all kinds of rocks, but never once. And I like rocks. Believe me, I like rocks. I have never once looked at a rock like, I sure am thirsty. Never. But that's the kind of power that our Elohim has. He can make water come out of it because he says so. But again, he'll be our last resort in times of trouble. Our last prayer of thanks when we think we're living the good life. because we like blue Takis. See his face when I said that? I wish y'all could have saw his face when I said that.
I wish he was in here.
And look, we're in a land that created lots of things that we have taken a liking to. If you like blue Takis, more power to you. I'm not knocking you for it. But what I'm saying is, we have come to appreciate the things in Babylon, and they're not always the best for us. And there are things that are better for us, and we don't appreciate them, is my point. Verse 7. And Yahweh spoke to Moses, saying, take the rod and gather the assembly together, you and Aaron your brother, and speak ye unto the rock before their eyes. It shall give forth his water, and you shall bring forth to them water out of the rock. So thou shalt give the congregation and their beasts drink. And Moses took the rod from before Yahweh as he commanded him. And Moses and Aaron gathered the congregation together before the rock. Okay, let me set the scene a bit. Yahweh told him to get all of Israel together in front of this rock. Have you tried to get Israel together for parties and celebrations? You saw how that went. Okay, now imagine getting all of us together to be in front of a rock. After they've already been complaining about being thirsty and how terrible the place that they are is. Poor Moses. I feel so sorry for Moses. I know he was so traumatized dealing with Israel. Oh, bless his heart. I can only imagine. And this is after they left Egypt, you all. And they walked on dry land through 2 walls of water. They did this. This is after they left this. They've already seen what Yahweh is capable of. They saw Yahweh kill all the firstborn, but none of them were touched. They were in a land of light where the Egyptians were in the dark. They have seen what Yahweh can do. But even still, they out here like, how dare you bring us out here? We thirsty. You brought us to this evil place. We had figs and vines and pomegranates. And there ain't nothing growing out here. Why you guys, now you want us to stand in front of a rock? Really, Moses? Really? Okay. Verse 9. And Moses took the rod from before Yahweh as he commanded him. And Moses and Aaron gathered the congregation before the rock, and he said unto them, hear now, ye rebels, must we fetch you water out of this rock? And Moses lifted up his hand, and with his rod he smote the rock twice, and the water came out abundantly, and the congregation drank, and their beasts also. And Yahweh spoke unto Moses and Aaron, because you believed me not, to sanctify me in the eyes of the children of Israel. Therefore you shall not bring this congregation into the land which I have given them. This is the water of Meribah, because the children of Israel strove with Yahweh, and he was sanctified in them. That's Israel right there. Yahweh has blessed us. Yahweh has cared for us. Yahweh has provided for us. And we like, yuck. We don't want that. We want this over here. We don't want good water. We want grape fago because it tastes good and it's bubbly. Have you ever eaten a grape and then drunk a grape soda? They don't taste nothing alike. But we still want it more than we want water. That is the seed that we come from. And instead of saying, boy, you know what? Our ancestors was pretty jacked up. Perhaps we shouldn't do like that. We like, no, we know that, but I bet we can make it 100 times worse. We're going to serve all the deities. And any and everything that is offensive to the Most High Yah, we will not only do it, we will excel at it. We will be the best at it. People will look at us worldwide over and be like, look at them. They are the best at breaking Yahweh's laws. We will perfect wickedness. We don't say it, but that's what we're doing. Who do you think represents the swoosh deity? They didn't go pick no white people to do it. They pick black people. For every one they make, it's a brother on there talking about, I get a check. If there's some other brand that's the name of a deity, who you think they're going to get it? They get one of us to model it. They're going to get one of us to talk about it in a rap song so we can make $1 trillion, even though we live in subsidized housing. We don't invest in our futures. We invest in things that depreciate. We won't get life insurance, but we'll spend our hard-earned money and name brands. Things that are making somebody else rich, but are making us poor. We look good, though. We always look good. To everybody except Yahweh. Israel. We need to take heed to ourselves. All day, every day. So, let's read Numbers chapter 21. Because you think Israel stopped there? Heck no. Oh, no. Numbers chapter 21, beginning in verse 1. And when King Arad the Canaanite, which dwelt in the south, heard tell that Israel came by the way of spies, then he fought against Israel and took some of them prisoners. And Israel vowed a vow unto Yahweh. Okay, see, there we go. Constantly talking. Israel vowed a vow unto Yahweh and said, if you will indeed deliver this people into my hand, then I will utterly destroy their cities. And Yahweh is the dopest. Look, and Yahweh hearkened to the voice of Israel. You see that? They just disrespected the Most High by basically saying, we don't want none of this good stuff you got for us. We want the stuff that you saved us from. We want that. And in spite of that, Yahweh still said, I got you. Watch this. And delivered up the Canaanites, and they utterly destroyed them and their cities. And he called the name of the place Hormah. Supposedly that means utter destruction. And they journeyed from Mount Or by the way of the Red Sea to compass the land of Edom. And the soul of the people was much discouraged because of the way. See, Israel. He just let them defeat a nation of people. They were utterly destroyed. And after that, they were discouraged because of the way. And the people spake against Elohim and against Moses. Wherefore have ye brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? There is no bread, neither is there any water, and our soul loathes this light bread. Do you know how much you gotta hate something to loathe it? Let me tell you, it is hatred with a pew face. That's loathing. Yahweh gave you water from a rock. You got something to eat, but you hate it. Yahweh provided you food and you loathe it. See? Israel. And Yahweh sent fiery serpents among the people. And they bit the people, and much people of Israel died. I don't know if any of you have ever been bitten by something venomous, but let me tell you, it hurts. And I'm only talking about fire ants. When I lived in Texas, I stuck my hand in a plant because I was planting it in a pot. I didn't know it was fire ants in the bottom of that pot. They bit me on my hand, and I was in pain for weeks. It felt like there was fire moving up the veins in my arm. That was just 4 bites, 2 here and 1 in between these 2 fingers. They were ants. Fiery serpents that the Most High sent to kill. And who's to say that the death was instant? That would be merciful. What if Yahweh decided, I'm going to teach you a lesson on your way out, and your dying is painful until you die. Because again, we don't want to take heed to ourselves. You gave us water out of a rock. So we have bread to eat and we don't want it. Why you bring us out here to die in the wilderness? Seriously? Okay, Yahweh said, I got you. Let me show you something. And Yahweh sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people, and much people of Israel died. Therefore, the people came to Moses and said, typical Israel, after we get touched, we have sinned, for we have spoken against Yahweh and against you. Pray to Yahweh that he take the serpents from us. Poor Moses. He ain't say, forget y'all. Stop talking to me. Get out my face. Moses prayed for the people. I know I need work because I don't have that type of spirit. If you talk to me crazy, it's a wrap. I really ain't trying to hear nothing else you talking to me about. You want me to do what for you? Oh, okay. I can humbly say, I don't have this type of spirit. I probably need to have it. I don't have it. I'm not there. Moses dealt with this every day. Every day. Complaining, ungrateful Israelites. Israelites who have seen the actual work of Yahweh. Have any of you seen Yahweh part a body of water and you walk through on dry land? Hootie, I hear that you have seen a plague of flies. How did it make you feel when you saw that?
Terrible.
You were afraid, right?
Yes, it was funny.
Yeah. Yeah, see? You saw the power of the Most High Yah, and it made you afraid. Now, with that fear, did it make you want to be a better servant to the Most High? Is that something you think you're going to forget anytime soon? Well, apparently, a lot of Israel don't have that type of spirit. A lot of us would see that and just be like, damn flies. We wouldn't consider that the Most High sent them for a reason. We wouldn't be like, whoa, wait, maybe I shouldn't have did that. Maybe I should stop doing that. Maybe it takes a certain type of spirit to be that way. I don't think all of Israel got that spirit. I read in the news earlier this week, this man was putting his child in his car, in the car seat, and he got shot. This violence that's in Black communities is a type of a plague. Walking outside, not knowing if you're going to make it to your destination safely, that's a type of a plague. And we just accept it like that's just how life is. Just another day, another dollar. Not taking heed to ourselves like, hey, maybe I've been making poor lifestyle choices. Maybe I haven't been using my words in the best way. Perhaps my thoughts are not thoughts of goodness that make my Elohim smile on me. We don't consider none of that. Chatter and the noise just keeps us going and not even thinking about the Most High Yah. But you know, when we do think about Yah, when there's a blackout and the Wi-Fi's off, the electricity's out because there's a storm. Oh yeah, please be with us. Please let my lights come back on. For what? Why are you turning back on? You're just going to see the wickedness that you're doing. And certainly, that doesn't apply to everybody. There are lots of people who do good things with the lights on. Okay, it's great. What about when the lights are out? Are we bethinking ourselves? And then the thoughts we had in that time of darkness, that time of terror and fearfulness and humility even. do we carry that off into when things in Babylon get reestablished and we're like, okay, it's back to the grind. Not working to be better servants of Yah, working to be better servants in Babylon. Getting the dainties of the kingdom. Numbers chapter 21, verse 8. Moses prayed for the people. And Yahweh said unto Moses, make thee a fiery serpent and set it upon a pole. And it shall come to pass that everyone that is bitten, when he looketh upon it, shall live. And Moses made a serpent of brass and put it upon a pole. And it came to pass that if the serpent had bitten any man, when he beheld the serpent of brass, he lived. Random factoid. Have you ever noticed the symbol for doctors? It's a pole with a snake wrapped around it. That's where they got it. Ironically, though, you can't go to a doctor's office and look at that pole and be healed. See how Yahweh works? You can't take his creation and then take it and use it for something else. Just saying. Moses made a serpent of brass, put it upon a pole, and it came to pass that if a serpent had bitten any man, when he beheld the serpent of brass, he lived. And the children of Israel set forward and pitched in Oboth. You think that was enough to make Israel happy? I wonder. They journeyed from Oboth and pitched at YHWH in the wilderness, which is before Moab, toward the sun rising. From thence they removed and pitched in the valley of Zerah. From thence they removed and pitched on the other side of Arnon, which is in the wilderness that comes out of the Amorites. For Arnon is the border of Moab, between Moab and the Amorites. Wherefore it is said in the book of the wars of Yahweh, what he did in the Red Sea and in the brooks of Arnon, and at the stream of the brooks that goeth down to the dwelling of Ar, and lieth upon the border of Moab. And from thence they went to Beer. And that is the well whereof Yahweh spake unto Moses, gather the people together, and I will give them water. Then Israel sang this song, spring up, O well, sing ye unto it. The princes digged the well, and the nobles of the people digged it, by the direction of the lawgiver, with their staves. And from the wilderness they went to Metana, and from Metana to Nahaliel, and from Nahaliel to Bamoth, and from Bamoth in the valley that is in the valley country of Moab, to the top of Pisgah, which looks toward Yeshimon. And Israel sent messengers unto Sihon, king of the Amorites, saying, let me pass through thy land. We will not turn into the fields or into the vineyards. We will not drink of the waters of the well, but we will go along by the king's highway until we pass thy borders. And this is how much other nations think of Israel. They went to them and said, we just want to go through your land. We won't touch the water. We won't touch the vineyards. We just want to go through. This is what they thought of Israel. Verse 23. Sihon would not suffer Israel to pass through his border. But Sihon gathered all his people together and went out against Israel into the wilderness. And he came to Yahaz and fought against Israel. You see what happens? There are so many nations that hate Israel as a whole. We would be lost without Israel. But again, we constantly put Israel, we put Yahweh to the back. We just be like, yeah, we will call you if we need you. We need Yahweh all the time. They went to this nation peacefully. We don't want your water. We don't want your food. We just need to move through your land to get to where we're going. We won't touch your things. They said, nope. And we about to fight you. Like when you on your way to school. You don't want to mess with Debo's corner. You just need to go through to get to the bus stop. Debo say, nope. You can't come through here. and I'm about to fight you. I just want to go to school. I don't want none of your stuff. I just want to walk through. There's no new thing under the sun. It may be a smaller version. It may have fewer people, but it's the same thing. And at the end of it, every single time, Israel needs Yahweh, and Israel is ungrateful. Verse 24, and Israel smote him with the edge of the sword and possessed his land from Arnon to Jabbok, even unto the children of Ammon. For the border of the children of Ammon was strong. And Israel took all these cities. And Israel dwelt in all the cities of the Amorites in Heshbon and in all the villages thereof. You know why? Because even though they were rebellious, they still had a good communication with the Most High Yah. And Yahweh looked out for them every time. How is our communication with the Most High Yah? Are we communing with Yahweh on a daily basis? They, in a way, didn't have no distractions then, like we got. I mean, yeah, they were rebellious, sadly rebellious without distractions. But at some point, they humbled themselves and they said, Yahweh, we need you. And Yahweh said, all right, I got you. Moses, poor Moses. I know they just wore his nerves to nothing. But every time Moses prayed for the people, can you imagine what it would be like to know some that type of spirit? To where today, hi Moses, how are you? It's good to see you, Moses. And tomorrow, when you ain't got no water, I can't stand you. You get on my nerves. Why are you still here? Why are you talking to me? Ugh, get out my face. And then when you get bit by fire ants, Moses, please pray for me. And he'll do it. You got that kind of spirit? Do you have that kind of spirit?
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't.
okay.
I'm like, I don't know. It just depends on it just depends on what it is.
Okay. Interesting. Sister Nesha, you got that kind of spirit?
No, I don't.
Yahweh chose a good one. Yahweh chose a good one.
Well, let me tell you this.
Yes, ma'am.
If that had happened to me, and they turn around and ask me to marry the same day next day, I know for sure no. I still got an attitude about how you treated it. Now, I might do it maybe later, but
Well, what if they need it now?
No, well,
They've been bit by fire ants.
No,
They need
well,
help now.
No,
That hurts.
no, I know I wouldn't do it, no. Absolutely not. And a whole bunch of them too? No.
Boy.
Oh, no.
You know we know how to populate a place. If it was empty today, in 3 weeks, there'll be 300 of us. And the other nations know that. They know the power that Israel has. We, through all of our distractions, don't pay it any attention. And we continue to be distracted. And there goes that connection with the Most High Yah. And there goes our protection. That protection that we need to live through life prosperously and to overcome the things that plague us. We don't have to have abortion clinics in our neighborhoods. We can keep our legs closed. We cannot give in to our passions of lust and desire. We can go do something else. We choose not to. We choose to go to the club and get turned up because we want to ball out and act a fool. And then whatever happens with Tasha and her lace front the next day, we just like, oops, go on with life. We don't have to do any of that, but we choose to, and we act like it's normal. So if we're doing bad, we get other people to do bad, then we're not in the bad by ourselves. We're just a whole group of bad, and woo, it's fun because everybody's doing it. Stop. Yes, there are things in life that feel great, but you have to have it in the appropriate time, in the appropriate way. You can't just be out there all willy-nilly. There are repercussions to that. We don't ever want to deal with the repercussions. We want to do dirt, but not get hurt by the dirt. That ain't how it works. Don't believe me? Walk through some mud in a pair of white sneakers. Where you think the mud is going. Exactly. But we act like it's not. We're going to put Kroger bags on our shoes so our shoes don't get walked, and we just going to keep walking through the mud. Nope. Them Kroger bags get holes in them after a while. Then guess what? You still got mud on your shoes. So then you know what is best not to do. Don't walk in the mud with your white sneakers on. Do something else. You can blaze another trail, people. There's a sidewalk over there. But you know why you don't see the sidewalk? Because you're distracted by all the stuff around the mud. You're so busy trying to think about how you can keep your shoes clean in the mud. You ain't paying attention to the sidewalk right there. It's a sidewalk, genius. You can walk on a clear path. We don't think about it. It sounds simple, don't it? Yeah, it sounds simple. Wait till you get out there in the mud. And if you don't have the presence of mind to be like, I'm in the mud right now, but I don't have to be. I can make choices to where I'm not in the mud. Get out. Yes, ma'am.
You trying to get there so quickly because everybody else going. You want to be one of the first to get there. Oops, I forgot that is mud right there. Duh.
And I can say that having been in mud myself. You can take your sneakers off, put them around your neck, get out of the mud barefoot, and clean your shoes off, clean your feet off, put your shoes back on over there. Dry, clean ground. You can do it. But you have to have the presence of mind to know that you have choices. If you all caught up in your emotions and your passions, you're flailing all over the place. And you won't think clearly. You won't make good decisions. That's why we need the silence. So we can bethink ourselves. What's the good choice? How does Yahweh feel about what I'm thinking right now? Or don't ask for nothing. Just hallelujah. Now back to our original programming. Let's go to Numbers chapter 22. I'm probably going to stay in Numbers because it was just amazing. Just the different things that Israel was putting Yahweh through. And why? He's the creator of all things. Numbers chapter 22. We're just going over a page. On the journeys of Israel. And the children of Israel set forward and pitched in the plains of Moab on this side Jordan by Jericho. And Balak, the son of Zippor, saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites. And Moab was sore afraid of the people because they were many. Sidebar. Many people are so afraid of Israel because we are many. Why do you think they're trying to get rid of us? There is power in numbers. There is even more power in numbers when Yahweh is behind you. The nations are afraid of that. They get wind of Yahweh and they get powerful, they're going to outnumber us. And then you know what they're going to do? They're going to get rid of us. We need to preserve ourselves. We have to keep them so distracted, they can't call on the Most High. They can't be united with one another. We need to keep them busy so that we can overpower them. And Balak, the son of Zippor, saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites. And Moab was sore afraid of the people because they were many. And Moab was distressed because of the children of Israel. And Moab said unto the elders of Midian, now shall this company lick up all that are around us, as the ox licks up the grass of the field. And Balak, the son of Zippor, was king of the Moabites at that time. He sent messengers, therefore, unto Balaam, the son of Beor, to Pethor, which is by the river of the land of the children of his people, to call him, saying, behold, there is a people come out from Egypt. They cover the face of the earth, and they abide over against me. Okay, so just to set the scene a bit, imagine you in your house, in your houses, in the neighborhoods that you live in. And it's a gang of people that they moved across the street from you. That brings you great concern. They aren't of your people. They are a people that are against your people. And it's a whole bunch of them. Now you're concerned. What are we supposed to do about these people who moved in here across it? We need to do something about that. That's a bunch of them. We gotta get rid of them. What are we gonna do about this? You see how many people over there? So he sent messengers, verse 5, he sent messengers therefore unto Balaam, the son of Beor, to Pethor, which is by the river of the land of the children of his people, to call him, saying, behold, there is a people come out of Egypt. They cover the face of the earth, and they abide over against me. Come now, therefore, I pray you, curse me this people, for they are too mighty for me. Peradventure I shall prevail, that we may smite them, and that I may drive them out of the land. For I wot that he whom thou bless is cursed, and he whom you curse is cursed. And the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian departed with the rewards of divination in their hand. And they spake unto Balaam and spake unto him the words of Balak. Okay, so they're going to this person, Balaam, and they say, we need to talk to you. But there's a bunch of people over here, and it ain't a bunch of us, and we need to get rid of them. So we heard that whoever you bless is blessed, and whoever you curse is cursed. So we need you to work your magic and curse them people and get rid of them. See, this is why it's always best to be on the good side of Yahweh. And he said unto them, lodge here this night, and I will bring you word again, as Yahweh shall speak unto me. And the princes of Moab abode with Balaam. And Elohim came unto Balaam and said, what men are these with you? And Balaam said, Elohim said unto Elohim, Balak, the son of Zippor, king of Moab, hath sent unto me, saying, behold, there was a people come out of Egypt, which cover the face of the earth. Come now, curse them. Peradventure I shall be able to overcome them and drive them out. And Elohim said unto Balaam, you shall not go with them. You shall not curse the people, for they are blessed. Let me pause here for just a moment and reiterate something. Yahweh has blessed the nation of Israel and chosen us as his people. Yahweh has blessed us. People can't reverse that. We can certainly mess it up by not keeping Yahweh's commandments, but Yahweh chose us. It cannot be undone. So if someone looks at you and tells you that you are nothing, that you are nobody, that's not true. Yahweh has blessed us. Yahweh has chosen us. He didn't choose them. He chose us. Don't let these other nations convince you that you are nothing. Don't let people tell you that you are nobody. You are a servant of the creator of everything. That means something. And it's important to hold on to that. And we show Yahweh we appreciate it by keeping his commandments. Verse 13. And Balaam rose up in the morning and said unto the princes of Balak, get you into your land, for Yahweh refuses to give me leave to go with you. And the princes of Moab rose up, and they went unto Balak and said, Balaam refuses to come with them. And Balak said, yet again, princes more and more honorable than they. And they came to Balaam and said to him, thus says Balak, the son of Zippor, let nothing, I pray you, hinder you from coming unto me. For I will promote you into very great honor, and I will do whatever you say unto me. Come, therefore, I pray thee, curse me this people. See, when people want you to do some dirt, they always promise great rewards. If you do this, I'm going to give you this, and this. But I need you to come and do this for me. But if it's something that Yahweh don't want you to do, I highly recommend you not do it. If it's something that breaks, violates, or even puts a dent in one of Yahweh's laws, and you know better, heck, if you don't know better, I wouldn't do it. And Balaam answered and said unto the servants of Balak, verse 18, if Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the word of Yahweh my Elohim to do less or more. Balaam knew he had an inherent fear of Yahweh. He said, even if you give me a house full of gold and silver, I cannot go beyond the word of Yahweh my Elohim to do less or to do more. Therein is Israel's problem collective. We don't have enough fear of Yahweh to say we can't go beyond the word of Yahweh to do less or to do more. We always want to do more. Sometimes we want to do less. Just keep the law. If Yahweh say don't steal, don't steal in any kind of way. That means something as simple as, okay, you at work. If you at work, don't be sitting on the clock not doing nothing, playing on your phone. Work. I mean, praise God, if you got a job that doesn't require hard labor. Okay, if you have a job that requires hard labor, you made that choice to do that job. Do it honestly. Whatever Yahweh is giving you to do it wholeheartedly. Don't go beyond the law. Don't do less than the law. It sounds real simple. We make it horribly complicated. Why? Because we're trying to get a house full of silver and gold. Because we feel like it's going to be some kind of reward beyond what Yahweh telling us to do. The reward comes from being at peace. Not wondering when the next curse is coming because we didn't keep a law or because we did something we ain't had no business doing. Peace is an awesome feeling. There's peace in silence. Did you all know that? There's great peace in quiet. The phrase peace and quiet, they hold hands for a reason. They're friends. They're good friends. We need to make friends with them. That's better than a house full of silver and gold. Because you know what's going to happen when you get that house full of silver and gold? Somebody going to find out you got it. Now you got to spend all your time trying to protect it. I keep them out of my house of silver and gold. And then sometimes when you get your house of silver and gold, you know what else happens? You become selfish. You want to hoard it all. You got some, you want more. How can I get more? Then when you get more, you want more power because you got more. It's just a vicious cycle. That's not peace. Verse 19. Now therefore I pray you, tarry you also here this night, that I may know what Yahweh will say unto me more. And Elohim came unto Balaam at night and said unto him, if the men come to call you, rise up and go with them. But yet the word which I shall say unto you, that shall you do. And Balaam rose up in the morning and saddled his ass and went with the princes of Moab. Elohim's anger was kindled because he went. He didn't do what Yahweh told him to do. Elohim's anger was kindled because he went. And the angel of Yahweh stood in the way for an adversary against him. Hey, got another random question. Have you ever had an idea to do something or plans to do something and you can't do it? there might be a reason why you can't do it. It may be something unbeknownst to you, but maybe that's not what Yahweh wants you to do. Just something to consider. Elohim's anger was kindled because he went, and the angel of Yahweh stood in the way for an adversary against him. Now he was riding upon his ass, and his 2 servants were with him. And the ass saw the angel of Yahweh standing in the way, and his sword drawn in his hand. And the ass turned aside out of the way, and went into the field. And Balaam smote the ass to turn her into the way. See, the animals got more sense than we do. But the angel of Yahweh stood in a path of the vineyards, a wall being on this side and a wall on that side. And when the ass saw the angel of Yahweh, she thrust herself unto the wall and crushed Balaam's foot against the wall, and he smote her again. Ugh. So he doesn't understand what the animal sees. So as far as he's concerned, the animal isn't doing what he wants it to do. So he keeps hitting this animal. Again, we see things in a very fleshly perspective. We don't think spiritually. We think if I can't get my way and I can't do what it is that I want to do, there must be something wrong with what I'm using to get my way. So I'm going to hit it. Why ain't you doing what I want you to do? How come you ain't doing what I want you to do? We get mad. How come you ain't doing what I want you to do? Maybe you don't need to do it. Maybe there's a bigger plan at work for you, fool. But you so busy trying to you're not even considering the other aspects of life, of being. Verse 26. And the angel of Yahweh went further and stood in a narrow place. There was no way to turn either to the right hand or to the left. And when the ass saw the angel of Yahweh, she fell down under Balaam. And Balaam's anger was kindled, and he smote the ass with a staff. And Yahweh opened the mouth of the ass, and she said unto Balaam, what have I done unto you that you have hit me these 3 times? The donkey is talking. Well, I shouldn't say donkey because a donkey is a mixture of ass and horse. The ass is talking. What did I do to you that you hit me 3 times? And Balaam said unto the ass, because you have mocked me. You see how special we are. We are so full of ourselves. You mocked me. It wouldn't do what you wanted it to do. And then when it opens its animal mouth to ask you what's wrong, you so boldly say, because you have mocked me. You think so highly of yourself that because you can't get your way, an animal is making fun of you? Seriously? But yeah, that's what we do. We think so much of ourselves because we can't get our way. There's something wrong with whatever we're utilizing to get our way. How dare you? I want it, so I must have it the way I want it. Really? Think highly of yourself, do you? Really? Okay. I would there were a sword in my hand, for now I would kill you. See, there it is again. You better be glad I ain't got this. Ooh, if I had this, what you gonna do? We so quick to want to make people do what we want. We don't consider the other things that might be at work because it's bothering us. So, Dawn, when you're in such a hurry to get to work and you mad because there's people in your way, maybe you're not supposed to do that way. Maybe you should just be over there in that lane and go a little slow. How about that? You can't get what you want right now. Maybe you don't need to have it right now. Maybe you just need to wait. Maybe that's not even something you're supposed to have. How about that? We don't consider any of that. Yahweh is working, but we can't see him working because we're too busy, distracted by the noise. He didn't have any noise. He was just arrogant. That was his noise. The voice in his head that told him he was so self-important that he can hit this this ass, and it needs to do what it wants him to do because he wants to go do something. No, sir, that's not how that works. Verse 30. And the ass said unto Balaam, am not I thine ass upon which thou hast ridden ever since I was thine unto this day? Was I ever wont to do so unto you? I have been your animal for a very long time. Have I ever not done what you've asked me to do? And he said, no. Then Yahweh opened the eyes of Balaam, and he saw the angel of Yahweh standing in the way, and his sword drawn in his hand. And he bowed his head and fell flat on his face. And the angel of Yahweh said unto him, why have you smitten your ass? Why have you hit your ass these 3 times? Behold, I went out to withstand you, because your way is perverse before me. And the ass saw me and turned from me these 3 times. Unless she had turned from me, surely now also I had slain you and saved her alive. And Balaam said unto the angel of Yahweh, I have sinned, for I knew not that you stood in the way against me. Now therefore, if it displease thee, I will get me back again. And the angel of Yahweh said unto Balaam, go with the men, but only the word that I shall speak unto you, that you shall speak. So Balaam went with the princes of Balak. And when Balak heard that Balaam was come, he went out to meet him under a city of Moab. He went out to meet him unto a city of Moab, which is in the border of Arnon, which is in the utmost coast. And Balak said unto Balaam, did I not earnestly send unto thee to call thee? Wherefore came you not unto me? Am I not able indeed to promote you to honor? And Balaam said unto Balak, lo, I am come to you. Have I now any power at all to say anything? The word that Elohim puts in my mouth, that I shall speak. Balaam went to Balak, and they came unto Kirjath Huzoth. And Balak offered oxen and sheep and sent to Balaam and to the princes that were with him. And it came to pass on the morrow that Balak took Balaam and brought him up into the high places of the deity, that thence he might see the utmost part of the people. Okay. All of that happened to Balaam because he did not do what Yahweh commanded him to do. If we are not doing what Yahweh tells us to do, we will not prosper. If we succumb to the distractions, whatever they are, if we take our focus off what we're supposed to be doing for Yahweh for even a moment, will Yahweh have enough mercy to move us out of the path we're on, to keep from destroying us? Or will he let us go full steam ahead into destruction? Because, well, I know that servant ain't really a servant of mine. He's a servant of himself or herself. Yahweh thought enough of Balaam to give him a chance. 3 chances, in fact. And Balaam was so foolhardy in that moment. How come you won't do what I tell you to do? And then Yahweh opened his eyes to see something. Whoa! I better humble myself. Is that the path we're on? How come you won't do what I told you to do? Are we on the path of consideration? What does Yahweh think about this? Yahweh want me to do this? I've been trying and trying and trying, and it's just not working. This is something Yahweh wants me to do. I keep trying it this way. I keep trying it that way. I turned around, stopped, thought about it, came back. I'm trying it this way. Still nothing. Is that what Yahweh wants us to do? In chapter 23, the saga continues. Balak is offering oxen on an altar now because he really wants Balaam to curse Israel because there's way too many of them and he is concerned. I saw what they did to those other nations. Ooh, I don't want them to do that to me. You got to get rid of them. So in chapter 23, Balaam said unto Balak, build me here 7 altars and prepare me here 7 oxen and 7 rams. And Balak did as Balaam had spoken. And Balak and Balaam offered it on every altar a bullock and a ram. And Balaam said unto Balak, stand by your burnt offering, and I will go. Peradventure, Yahweh will come to meet me, and whatsoever he shows me, I will tell you. And he went to a high place. And Elohim met Balaam, and he said unto him, I have prepared 7 altars, and I have offered upon every altar a bullock and a ram. And Yahweh put a word in Balaam's mouth and said, return unto Balak, and thus shalt you speak. And he returned unto him, and lo, he stood by his burnt sacrifice, he and all the princes of Moab. And he took up his parable and said, Balak, the king of Moab, has brought me from Aram, out of the mountains of the east, saying, come, curse me, Jacob, and come, defy Israel. How shall I curse whom Elohim has not cursed? Or how shall I defy whom Yahweh hath not defied? From the top of the rocks I see him, and from the hills I behold him. Lo, the people shall dwell alone, and shall not be reckoned among the nations. He was saying it even then too. We're not supposed to be among the nations. We're supposed to be different. That's what sets us apart as Yahweh's people. When we do what they do and try to mix in with them, it's not going to work for us. That's why bad things happen to us when we try it. It's not for us. We're supposed to be different. We can't just go into a clothing store and buy whatever because it's the latest, because Vogue says it's fashionable, because Instagram said that is the best thing to wear. We can't. We're supposed to wear stuff that's 100%. And unfortunately, sometimes you might look a little bit homely. I'm sorry. Every clothing brand ain't fashionable. But who are you trying to please? Joe Blow over there in the corner because you think he cute? Sister Sally over there because you think she cute? Think she might make you good? Oh, she cute. I want to see her on my arm. I want pictures of her on my Instagram. Nope. You go over there after Big Booty Judy. She ain't keeping that narrow law, but she answers all of your fantasies. And ladies, they want to do with the drip. All the chains and his pants under his behind. Can't keep a job, but he always look good. Doesn't treat his mother very well or talk to other females with any amount of respect, but there is just something about him that, woo, sets your soul a sizzle. Ain't keeping not near a law. And because he blew you a kiss, you ready to take off all your little 100% homely clothes and look like a thot. Because Big Booty Judy gave you, but she touched you. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You can't contain yourself now. Now you want to look like the boys on the block. Ain't none of their clothes 100%. But you don't care. Because Judy's left you with a tingle. You gonna get a tingle. You better hope they got medication for it. Just saying, we're not supposed to be like the other nations, is my point. All right, verse 10. Who can count the dust of Yaakov and the number of the fourth part of Israel? Let me die the death of the righteous, unless my last end be like his. And Balak said unto Balaam, what have you done unto me? I took you to curse my enemies, and behold, You bless them? And he answered and said, must I not take heed to speak that which Yahweh hath put in my mouth? Hello. Are we saying what Yahweh put in our mouths? Or are we speaking of our own accord? And Balak said unto him, come, I pray you, with me into another place, from whence you might see them. Okay. Balak so pressed about Israel being around him. He said, let me take you somewhere else so you can see them. Maybe you didn't understand what I was saying from this vantage point. Maybe you didn't see how many of them Negroes it was. Maybe I need to take you over here so you can see just how many of them it is. Because I don't think you get what I'm trying to tell you. Verse 14. And he brought him into the field of Zophim to the top of Pisgah and built 7 altars and offered a bullock and a ram on every altar. Man, Balak is putting a lot of effort into getting rid of Israel. Oh my gosh. And he said unto Balak, stand here by your burnt offering while I meet Yahweh yonder. And Yahweh met Balaam and put a word in his mouth and said, go again unto Balak and say thus. And when he came to him, behold, he stood by his burnt offering, and the princes of Moab with him. And Balak said unto him, what hath Yahweh spoken? And he took up his parable and said, rise up, Balak, and hear. Hearken unto me, you son of Zippor. Elohim is not a man that he should lie, neither the son of man that he should repent. Has he said, and shall not do it? Or has he spoken, and shall he not make it good? Behold, I have received commandment to bless, and he has blessed, and I cannot reverse it. He hath not beheld iniquity in Yaakov, neither has he seen perverseness in Israel. Yahweh his Elohim is with him, and the shout of a king is among them. Elohim brought them out of Egypt. He hath, as it were, the strength of a unicorn. Surely there is no enchantment against Yaakov, neither is there any divination against Israel. According to this time it shall be said of Yaakov and of Israel, what have Elohim wrought? Behold, the people shall rise up as a great lion and lift up himself as a young lion. He shall not lay down until he eat of the prey and drink the blood of the slain. I just want to pause for a moment because I got goosebumps reading that. Can't nobody curse Israel if Yahweh has blessed them. Nobody can curse Israel because Yahweh has blessed them. We curse ourselves. Okay, let me frame it like this. You think so little of yourself. You slash your wrists. You think you're ugly, so you scratch and claw and cut your face. But Yahweh said you're beautiful. Yahweh said you are the supermodel of the world. You better work, is what Yahweh said. But we tell Yahweh, no, we're horrible. We have no value. We mean nothing. And why do you feel that way? Because the nations round about you told you that. Because they know that you're supposed to have a very strong connection to the Most High Yah. You can ask Yahweh for something and he will bring it to you. You can pray for the demise of these nations around you, for the wickedness that's around you, and it will come to an end because you petitioned to Yahweh as his son, as his beloved. You asked Yahweh for something and it will come to pass. But if I can make you feel badly about yourself, if I can make you feel like you are nothing, if I can make you think that you are nothing more than a nigga, I can prevail over you. I will break your connection to the Most High Yah, and you won't even think to call on him, because I will keep you in such a state of confusion and despair and dismay that you won't even think for a second that he would answer your prayer. But Yahweh said right here, verse 23, there is no enchantment against Jacob, neither is there any divination against Israel. You cannot curse who Yahweh has blessed, but you got to believe that you are the blessing. You walking around with your head down, you don't think highly of yourself, walking around sad, angry, you ain't got no connection to Yah. I can get them. I can get them to break every one of them laws because I'm in here. They talk about the cycle of abuse and the psychology of it. People who are abused, they broke their mind. They got in their spirit and convinced them that they don't deserve any better treatment. That has happened to us since before we got here because we cast Yahweh to the side. That Babylon is up here. So in them times of quiet and silence, we don't want to do it because we're afraid of the light that Yahweh, you know how when the evening is coming, and you start to see all the little lights in the light bulbs. Yahweh is that light in the darkness. But all we see is the bulb. Get out of here. I'm flying on my head. Look at the light. In that light rests your power. Yahweh is what makes you powerful. The heathen are how you convinced that you got to have money. You got to have status. You got to have followers. I almost said something. That don't mean nothing. That can't give you blessings. That's just more distraction. Yahweh is where blessings come from. Yahweh said his people shall rise up as a great lion. We walking around here acting like kittens. Wild, random kittens. You know, the alley cats you just see walking around. They ain't got no home. They just walking around. You don't spay or neuter them. There'll be a bunch more. That's how we act. So, y'all want to be lions? Y'all want to be alley cats? Disney makes the alley cats seem like fun. The Aristocats. They party. They have a real good time. Everybody wants to be a cat. They make it seem like fun. We're supposed to be lions. Let's go to Psalms 19, please. Psalms 19, please. Psalms 19. The heavens declare the glory of Yahweh, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Day unto day utters speech, and night unto night shows knowledge. There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. Their line is gone out throughout all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. In them hath he set a tabernacle for the sun, which is as a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoices as a strong man to run a race. His going forth is from the end of the heaven, and his circuit unto the ends of it. There is nothing hid from the heat thereof. The law of Yahweh is perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of Yahweh is sure, making wise the simple. The statutes of Yahweh are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of Yahweh is pure, enlightening the eyes. The fear of Yahweh is clean, enduring forever. The judgments of Yahweh are true and righteous altogether. More to be desired are they than gold, yea, than much fine gold. Sweeter also than honey and the honeycomb. Moreover, by them is thy servant born, and in keeping of them there is great reward. Who can understand his errors? Cleanse thou me from secret faults. Keep back your servant also from presumptuous sins. Let them not have dominion over me. Then shall I be upright, and I shall be innocent from the great transgression. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in your sight, O Yahweh, my strength and my redeemer. Hallelujah. Any comments or questions? Yes, sir.
The class was profound. Praise Yahweh. Profound lesson.
Yeah, got a comment from you, Pure. She just said, from you, Pure, Shabbat Shalom family. We want to give our praises to our Yah for granting us the first blessing of the day. But truly, we know that Yah mercy and do us forever. This is from already, Yoel and Yakira.
Hallelujah. Praise mighty Yahweh.
And there was another sister on here that commented about the peace. Julia Benton says, peace be still. Peace is beautiful. It's sad. Most would never have it.
Hallelujah.
Then one, somebody came on a Cisco. He just said that this is a house that rejects the New Testament and that he trusts.
Well, sir, that's your journey between you and the mighty Yah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Anybody got any comments?
Great class. I enjoyed it. Girl.
Praise mighty Yahweh. All righty. Well, that's my 2 cents. Yahweh willing, we're going to go on break. Thank you for joining the House of Yahuda for this first portion of services. Yahweh willing, class will resume at 4:30. And until then, peace and blessings. Shalom, shalom, shalom.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.